Tuesday, Nova Scotia's EMO asked to use the hall as a registration centre for residents of Portapique who had fled their homes.
For residents of Portapique who had fled their homes.
An RCMP officer was posted here in a cruiser. By this time, police were on the hunt for the shooter, who they knew was impersonating a police officer. At 10:30 a.m., 2 RCMP officers fired multiple shots outside the hall. Sources have told CTV News the officers thought they were firing at the suspect when it was in fact a fellow Mountie.
This program is brought to you in part by...
Why don't you get yourself some turned-down collars, Poirot? They're much more the thing, you know.
The thing, Hastings? Do you think Poirot concerns himself with mere thingness?
No. No, I see that.
The turned-down collar is the first symptom of decay of the grey cells.
You know, I just think if people keep pushing, I can't, first of all, thank enough all of the hard work. There's 3 fellow YouTubers who are working very, very hard with me on this one. Rage in the Cage, Steve LTT, and Just My Stupid Opinion. Just plugging them, sorry. But they are fantastic guys, really been busting their humps here. And, you know, stepping up to the plate, because there's a certain amount of risk saying certain things. And also, likewise, all of the people who are volunteering information and time, which is, like I said, over on the Discord or sending me anonymously information, it is fantastic.
The police. What do you want to see happen here this morning, Brian?
I myself, I want to see.
All right. Good morning.
I want to see justice, not just for me.
Can I get this figured out?
That everyone who has any children, any experiences with something like this.
So I'm going to do that for me. How are you guys doing today? This morning, whatever.
I want to see.
Ooh. I'm going to go deep. Okay. I don't think there's any audio coming through, right? Yeah, so we've got Paul on this morning. A couple of things have happened. Oh, Great Reset. Yeah, we've spoken about the Great Reset, hey? Oh, I got 2 coffees here. I've got this one, and I've got this one. So I've got a couple. Iced coffee and hot coffee. You know? You got to do both. How are you guys doing this morning? Mark, Sis, Harles, good to see you. Truth and all. Michael, Benny, Steve, of course, Steve had another great video out. Yeah, the Great Reset. I think we just lost him. I'm listening to the show in the background. Maybe they had a CNN moment there. Go away. So we'll listen to the show, and then after we're done the show, I'm going to run through an article that was in Now, and then we'll go through some other stuff, maybe. Have to go. Love all of you Patriots. All right. See you later, sis. Lots of big news here, eh? Happen? I don't even know where to begin with all the stuff that's been going on. Audio is okay? You're not listening to the show and me. I wish somebody had, like, they have all these, you know, people running shows and stuff like that. I watch other people and they're so professional at what they do. Gosh, what is wrong with my hair? It's time to go and get a haircut, maybe. Shave it off. So of course we had the warrant release this week. Has anybody seen the actual warrant yet? I'm just curious if it's been released publicly, because I don't think it has. Chiang Love, good morning. Try a man bun. No man bun for me, Janice. No, I'll pass on that. Will, good morning. Point for Todd. Shalom. I was looking at some interesting shalom tweets this morning. I think I'm going to have to do a show on that. But I got a D-Live channel. Let's see what's going on now on the show here. I have a D-Live channel, and I should link it here. Let's see, what have we got here? I don't want to miss anything. Because I don't think you can rewind in this stupid player they have. So I need things to be easy. My brain just doesn't work that way. It's weird that they don't have a rewind. You guys want to hear the news from Nova Scotia? Let's listen to the news. Who cares?
Shelley Summers. In downtown Halifax, sunshine and currently -2.
Give me
News
a
95.7
hand,
top story. Well, it's a
thumbs
good
up if
deal
the
for
audio
all
is
Nova
okay.
Scotians. That's what Teachers Union President Paul Wozni has to say about the NSTU's new deal with the province. It was ratified by members yesterday with 94% support. Wozni telling the Rick Howe show it's a big achievement after the province legislated teachers back to work instead of negotiating a new deal just 3 years ago.
We've been able to reach a deal that's fair to the province, that's fair to the people of Nova Scotia, and fair to teachers. And this is it's a huge step. It's hard to do good things in good faith with people who have wronged you.
And that 4-year deal will see teachers get a 7% raise, 2% each in years 1 and 2, and then 1.5% in years 3 and 4. Coming up, the province's NDP says paid sick days are needed to respond to COVID-19 cases in schools. News 95.7 time 10:01. Time for Carson Exports traffic and weather together on the ones. With Halifax's most frequent traffic reports, let's check in now with Alistair Alders.
Thank you, Shelley. Well, if you're coming off the 102 inbound on to Bears Road, expect some delays due to construction. Outbound Bears Road slowing down at Romans Avenue. It's a bit heavy over on the Fairview overpass at the Windsor Street Exchange, but haven't heard of any problems. A few delays on Roby inbound, that is between Kennard and Quinpool. And if you're heading out in Lower Sackville, crews are working on Downsview Drive. They have stop-and-go traffic in place, including at the intersection of Old Sackville and Downsview. So that's causing delays, including at times backing up the Beaverbank connector. It's really not a good area for that work. Top of her game with Tara Sloan, featuring influential women in and around sports, Sundays at noon on Sportsnet 1. And now with your latest forecast, here's weather specialist John Wilson.
Cloudy with a warm front taking shape to our southwest. The guaranteed high won't be until midnight. It'll be 4 degrees and keep on going up from there all the way to 7 tomorrow morning with showers as the warm front comes through, and then cloudy and 9 tomorrow with the front nearby. And then Saturday in the warmer air, it's sunny and 10 and partly sunny and 2 on Sunday. Today's guaranteed high comes tonight, actually, at 4.
And right now in downtown Halifax, it's -2. At the airport, -4. News 95.7 time, 10:03. Province's NDP says paid sick days are needed to respond to COVID-19 cases in school. Those comments come after Nova Scotia reported its first 2 cases associated with schools earlier this week. Dozens of students who attend schools in Dartmouth were told to get tested for COVID-19 and isolate for 14 days. And that means many working parents will also have to be at home. NDP leader Gary Burrell says paid sick days should be part of the Labor Standards Code.
So that you don't have people being put in a situation where they have to choose between staying home when they're sick, as Dr. Strang tells us we need to do. It's so important. Having to choose between that on the one hand and being able to actually keep the ship afloat at home financially.
The NDP caucus tabled legislation last year that would have created paid sick days for all workers. A former national security advisor will lead a study of whether Canada's pandemic warning system failed just before COVID-19 struck. Health Minister Patty Hajdu says Margaret Bloodworth will chair a 3-member review panel studying what went wrong with the global public health intelligence network. It was created more than 2 decades ago and helped flag both the SARS pandemic in 2003 and H1N1 in 2009. But the Public Health Agency of Canada shifted its focus last year from international outbreaks of disease to domestic matters. Stateside, many U.S. hospitals are becoming overwhelmed amid the COVID-19 surge. Reporter Sagar Magani with more on that.
The number of people hospitalized with COVID-19 has set new records every day this week. Some hospitals are converting chapels, cafeterias, even a parking garage into coronavirus treatment areas. In Idaho, doctors warn hospitals are nearly to the point of having to ration care, something one doctor says he never even dreamed of having to contemplate in America.
Meantime, in the Texas border city of El Paso, overwhelmed morgues have begun paying jail inmates $2 an hour to help transport the bodies of virus victims. I'm Shelley Summers, and for more news, follow us on Twitter or at halifaxtoday.ca.
You're listening to The Rick Howe Show, where Halifax comes to talk. News 95.7. Now, here's Rick.
Good Thursday morning. Hope your November 19th is off to a great start so far this morning. 10:06 is the time right now. Hi, and welcome to the second hour of our show. I'm Rick Howe with you until 12:30 this afternoon, and here's what's ahead on the show for you today. Journalist Paul Palango standing by. He'll join me this hour. We'll talk, of course, about the Portapique massacre, some new revelations about the gunman involved, and the pending public inquiry. He'll also answer your questions as well, and I'll make the introduction in just a moment. We'll go to the phones at 11 for Throwdown Thursday. It's another open hour to discuss the issues of the day, and of course, anything goes in our open hours. And after the news at noon, don't expect Nova Scotia to follow Quebec's lead. After that province announced this week it will ban the sale of gas-powered cars by 2035. Too bad, says the Ecology Action Center's Kelsey Lane, who says Nova Scotia lags far behind other jurisdictions when it comes to electric cars, and she'll join me with more this afternoon. And so will historian and archaeologist David Jones, who returns over the noon hour with another Nova Scotia history lesson for us. Right now, 10:07, but this hour, joining me on the phone is journalist and author Paul Palango. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. Good to be back.
Well, glad you could join us here this morning. Looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Let me begin with a note I got here from Tyler, who points out that he says there's rumors going around. He says he's from Great Village, which is next door to Portapique. He says rumors going around that police didn't actually kill Gabe Wortman, that because he's such a valuable witness, they faked his death and he's being held under 24-hour guard. What are your thoughts on that, Paul Palango?
Yeah, and I believe the 9/11, the World Trade Center was brought down by an internal bomb and blah, 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 blah. I think he's dead.
You think he's dead? So just, again, another conspiracy theory, I guess.
Well, there's all kinds of conspiracy theories because of the way the government and the police have handled this. If you look at it, this is the 7th month after, the Wortman was killed to the day. He was killed 7 months ago today. And since then, if this story was what the police and the government say it was, a domestic violence case gone bad, and this crazy man went and killed all these people, why have they done everything they could to keep things under wrap? Why are they playing games? Why are they not releasing information? Why have they not released the 911 tapes to clarify what happened that day? It's why? So conspiracy theories come, erupt because the government and the police are playing this game. There's no reason if they say if Wortman was the crazy guy he was and did this for domestic violence reasons, why are they hiding things? That's the conspiracy, Rick.
Well, let me read more from Tyler's note here. He says Wortman's girlfriend wanted to see his body to verify that he was in fact dead because he writes it would put her at some ease, but police refused to let her see it and continue to refuse to let her see it to this day. He writes, in fact, no one has seen his body. At first, they claimed he was in custody, and hours later said he was dead. Also, HRM police and the RCMP were instructed initially not to kill him. He writes, I know this is likely, just rumors and such, but maybe there's some verification, some veracity to this.
Okay, let's look at it the other way. Yes, the Halifax police had this curious order, that was reported in the Halifax Examiner, that they shouldn't shoot Wortman, try to capture him alive.
Yeah.
That's suspicious. I don't know what that's about. But on the girlfriend, and we should talk about her extensively, she cremated the body before the family, like Wortman's parents, wanted to have some involvement in it, and they were sort of blocked out because she immediately had the body cremated.
Okay.
So I really don't believe virtually anything she says, and I can go into detail about that because I've been conducting my own investigation along with Stephen Marr from Maclean's, and we've been looking at various things, and hopefully stories will be coming out in the near future. I mean, if you look at even her stories on what happened at Portapique are not believable. Now Magazine, which is a left-wing street magazine in Toronto, wrote an article 2 days ago, Enzo Di Matteo, saying her story is unbelievable.
And her story being the fact that she managed that she was tied up initially, but managed to escape, and she ran off into the woods where she kind of, hid for several hours before coming out and turning herself over to the RCMP. That's her story, basically, correct?
Well, there's variations of that story. First of all, she was tied up. Then she was handcuffed. Somehow she did a Houdini and got out of the handcuffs. Then she ran out into the woods wearing yoga pants, spandex top, no shoes, no gloves, threw off her coat, and was in the woods. Well, I've been to the woods in Portapique. I've gone up and down those roads, Orchard Beach Road, Portapique Beach Road. There's no bloody way she was in the woods. You can't go in those woods. They're so tangled and rough. It's impossible. So what's the real story?
Well, what do you think is the real story here? Why would she tell a lie like that?
Well, I can't get into her mind, but what concerns me is right from the get-go, the police has said she's a victim. We're not allowed to test that. We have the media that has disturbingly fallen into line on this right across the board, not naming her because they say she's a victim. But the real victims in this, Rick, are the 22 people who died. The real victims are the 22 people who died and their families. The victims are not the associates of Wortman. Until they're proven to be victims, until we can hear what they have to say, this is all bull. This is part of the, you want to talk about conspiracies? Well, there's a conspiracy. Why are these people being protected? Why is she being protected when she's the eyewitness to what went on? She was there. If you look at the unredacted document, she was there when the fire started at the cottage. She was there when the fire started at the warehouse. She says she escaped, but when did she escape? Where did she go to? She had bare feet. Those are stone roads. The woods are impassable. Where was she for 8 hours? That's the question. And then you have all the media basically saying, well, we're not going to name her because, she's a victim. This is political. It has nothing to do with journalism. I'll name her. Her name is Lisa Banfield. Why is Lisa Banfield being protected?
Well, and there's another aspect to this as well. Why hasn't anybody from the media been able to contact her? From what I gather and understand, she's basically gone into hiding and is simply refusing to talk to any media outlet at all. And I would think if she's got a story to tell, that would be a good place to start with it. Don't you think?
Well, yeah, I've tried a number of times contacting her lawyer, Peter Rumscheid, and he said, no, we are not talking. We're not doing this. And I raised a number of questions about inconsistencies in her story and very, very much concerns whether there's a deal with the police, all this stuff. They will not respond. The police on the RCMP side says they're not going to respond. They're not answering any questions. She's a victim. But more disturbing than this is the role of the media, which is basically laid down. I'm in a disadvantage here. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm trying to write stories about Lisa Banfield. For months, I've been trying. I've tried national media, local media. Nobody will publish it. Tim Bousquet from the Examiner says, I'd love to write a story about Lisa Banfield, but we need hard evidence. Well, the hard evidence about her is what has already been said. What is, all the discrepancies and what has been said by her and the police, or, her to the police. And then if you look at, like I did a story 2 months ago. I'm still trying to get it published, and nobody wants to name her because they say, well, she's a victim. Well, prove to me she's a victim.
I would assume that she would be like the number one witness that would be called before this public inquiry. Don't you think?
Well, yes, she should be, because her and Peter Griffin, the convicted drug trafficker who were friends with Wortman, were the two people nearest to him and on the last day that we know of. They were there. Griffin earlier in the day, Banfield later in the day. But what has happened from the beginning, and really, it really irks me when people talk about conspiracy theories, like, I'm making up stories or other people are making up stories. The real conspiracy is what the government and the police have been doing here. From the outset, they said, they described her as a victim, and then they said, we're just going to have a review. Remember, we're just having a review where no witness would be called, no testimony given. We'll just sort of dot the I's across the T's, see what the police did wrong, and move on from there. Yeah. Well, they've made it clear they don't want her to testify. Now they say they're having a public inquiry, but two of the people who are on the inquiry, Mr. Justice McDonald and Leanne Fitch, were agreed to be in the review. They've already sort of compromised themselves by doing that. It's suspicious that they would now be in the inquiry. Secondly, no questions have been raised in the media about the fact that Fitch was a police chief in Fredericton, where Wortman was operating during the period she was police chief. And secondly, that she was working for the RCMP. There's pictures of her with Leanne Bergerman back in February accepting her new job in the RCMP. She is not unbiased. She cannot perceive to be unbiased. Even though she has left that position to take this inquiry, she is stained by that. The third person on the inquiry, Kim Stanton, has a history in Aboriginal affairs and restorative justice. This has nothing to do with Aboriginal affairs or restorative justice, but they've been trying to impose this from top down, because part of restorative justice is holding things in private and not testifying in public to protect the victims. And finally, you look at Mark Fury, there's a conspiracy here by the government, because Mark Fury is still in power and hasn't resigned. Because 22 people were killed. The RCMP had, as we said, an epic failure in policing. In normal circumstances, the minister in charge of that department, out of honor, would resign. But they can't resign, I would argue, because it's so egregious what happened. What really happened is so bad that they're trying to keep a lid on it, and only he thinks he can keep a lid on it. And the final point, Fury is an ex-Mountie. What are the odds he's protecting the Mounties? It's Caesar's wife. By appearances, he looks like he's compromised. He should not be there.
Let me stop you there. It is at 10:18 right now. He is Paul Palango. We're talking about the Portapique massacre and the public inquiry, the pending public inquiry. And if you've got a question for Paul here this morning, 902-405-6000 or 1-877-801-8255. We'll be back to hear more from Paul after this quick break.
This segment of the Rick Howe Show is brought to you by Colonial Honda, your Halifax Honda dealer.
The Bring Home a Honda event is on now at the all-new Colonial Honda on Roby. Bring home the Canadian-built CRV for only $190 bi-weekly, everything included. Or the Canadian-built Civic for just $150 bi-weekly, everything included. These payments are all in and come with a 4-year tire and rim warranty. The Bring Home a Honda event, on now at Colonial Honda. Contact us today and find out why Halifax is choosing Colonial Honda on Roby.
SteelAuto.com. The world is a little bit different now, but Canadians still value family, celebrations, and love. So as you commemorate your special moments and milestones, look to your local Charm Diamonds, a Canadian family-owned jeweler since 1972, combining good old-fashioned customer service with new ways for you to shop safely. Whether you'd like to visit us in-store, online, by virtual appointment, or use our curbside pickup, let's shop safely together, because now more than ever, a little charm goes a long way. Charm Diamond Centers.
Top of her game. Empowering discussions with some of the most influential women in sport. Women who have blazed trails and women who continue to light the world on fire. These are stories of strength, power, and resilience that deserve to be told.
What is the best advice you would offer to a young Stephanie McMahon?
Be confident. Be proud of who you are.
Top of her game with Tara Sloan. Sundays at 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific on Sportsnet 1.
The Halifax Chamber of Commerce and RBC would like to extend their congratulations to the 2021 Halifax Business Awards finalists. The Business Awards celebrate the new, the small, the exporters, the risk takers, the innovators, and the community and business leaders. Congratulations to the Business of the Year finalists: Spirit Spa, Red Space Incorporated, Storm Insurance Group, Iron Dog, and the Old Triangle Irish Ale House. Don't miss this amazing celebration in January 2021.
Next time on The Sheldon McLeod Show.
We're down to 7 more shows. Will the teachers accept a new contract? We'll discuss that and COVID with NSTU President Paul Wozni. NDP Education Spokesperson Claudia Chender will join the conversation. Bridgewater's mayor on the departure of an eyesore from his town after 20 years. It's John Landry of the Stanfields about their new album. And the Hour of Openness, second last one, from 2 until 3.
Join us for The Sheldon McLeod Show, weekdays from 12:30 to 3:30 on News 95.7.
You're listening to The Rick Howe Show, where Halifax comes to talk. News 95.7. Now, here's Rick.
10:21 here on a Thursday morning. Paul Palango, my guest. We're talking about the Portapique massacre and the pending public inquiry. And you mentioned, Paul, about the conflict of interest that some suggesting that Mark Fury is in, including the lawyer for the family members of the victims of Gabriel Wortman. We had a chat with him yesterday. Robert Pinio, again, saying it's a travesty that Mark Fury is still involved and needs to step aside because he's in a conflict of interest for the very reason that, as you pointed out, he is a former RCMP officer and a former detachment commander here in Nova Scotia. But Mark Fury writes yesterday in the Chronicle Herald, Tuesday's paper, he says that the statement by Robert Pinio that the Justice Minister continues to be involved with the inquiry, that removing Fury from the inquiry process would restore a measure of public confidence in the upcoming proceeding. Both statements, he writes, are false. I'm no longer involved with the inquiry. My work is done, writes Mark Fury. He writes, it's not only inaccurate to suggest I am still engaged in what is an independent inquiry, it is also misleading and only serves to fuel further hurt and undermine a process that is intended to heal by providing a transparent and objective review of all relevant matters. Your thoughts on that, Paul Palango?
I'll take the second one first. Fury from the beginning has said, I'm there to protect the families. I don't want to cause any more hurt to the families. I don't want them distressed. Well, the families talk to me, and the one thing they're distressed by the fact that Fury is not trying to get to the bottom of what happened. He has never done that. They want the doors open. They want to find out what's going on. They don't want to be protected. They want the real truth to come out. Secondly, about Fury, he's a Mountie. One of the little-known things about the Mounties is that, and I wrote about this in my last book, is that, Rick, I'll ask you the question. Do the Mounties swear an oath of allegiance to Canada when they become Mounties, when they're made new Mounties? Do you know?
I don't know. I would assume.
That's what most Canadians assume. They don't. They swear an oath to the RCMP. That's what they do. I could read you the oath if you want.
No, that's fine. I'll take your word for it. But
they swear an oath to the RCMP. And what this means is that there's no such thing as an ex-Mountie. So to have a Mountie in a political position in charge of the Mounties is absolutely egregious. It's not in the public interest. The flip side of that is that you have people who are in the Mounties who have just basically been inculcated by this force. It's essentially a cult. So you'll have Mounties and ex-Mounties who will defend the Mounties up and down. They're like Republicans in the States. They swear their allegiance to the force, not to the country. And this is a concept that people have to get their heads around, because what this means is the facts don't matter, that it's all about their faith in the force. And Fury comes from a family of Mounties. He's bred in the bone Mountie. So when he says he has no conflict of interest, his very birth is a conflict of interest. He shouldn't be in that position.
902-405-6000 or 1-877-801-8255. If you've got a question for Paul Palango here this morning. Steve's on the line. He's got a question for us. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning?
We're doing fine. Thanks very much. You have a question for us this morning?
Yeah, just a quick thing for Paul. I'm a telecommunication contractor, and I have done some work with Franks in the past. And I noticed that, I don't even want to name the guy's name, but their shooter, he's more of an animal than a person, so I don't want to name his name, but it showed him collecting money, rolling up there in front of the gates, picking up money and going away. That is 100% impossible for the general public to have that happen. So how does this guy, the only way they can do it is if this guy's involved with the RCMP and he's been there numerous times. When I did my telecommunication stuff, they knew who I was. They knew my credentials. They knew everything about me, what I was doing. Everything was very structured. You just can't ring the doorbell and show up there. So my concern is, how does this guy show up and just take, hundreds of thousands of dollars without any kind of, checks or balances?
Good question. Thank you for the call, Steve. And Paul, the Mounties have explained that as basically saying that Wortman cleaned out his personal savings because he was paranoid about the COVID pandemic. It was as simple as that.
Well, no, I would argue there's no proof of that. I don't believe, if you look at the unredacted documents, the Mounties, there's all kinds of errors in there and misstatements in there that they're basically spoon feeding this to the media. So, but that's a really good question he asked, because I really want to talk about it. Essentially, the Mounties put this story out, and then the Halifax Examiner, for example, Tim Bousquet, with delight, wrote a story about how this proved that, the Mountie statement proved that Wortman was not a confidential informant for the RCMP. And part of his proof was this female spokesman for a bank in Toronto said, "Oh, this is done all the time." Well, no one ever got into who this person was at the bank that said this. In fact, this person previously had gone to McLean's in the months before and others trying to explain this was a normal process. And no matter who I talked to, who Stephen Maher talked to, who others talked to, we never had anyone say this is a normal process. But the person who made this statement and Tim Bousquet reported on is a former CSIS agent. She has a website promoting her work as a former CSIS agent and doing security work. Like a Mountie, I would say any former CSIS agent is not a former CSIS agent. They're still a CSIS agent. And the issue is, you have to ask yourself, why is a former CSIS agent going around lobbying the media, telling this story and promoting this concept that, oh, Wortman just did this because he was a clever guy and knew how to go to Brinks and get $475,000 in cash. Nobody else can do that from what I know. And I've talked to high-ranking people in the banking community. It doesn't work that way. But it's been used to sort of discredit me. And hey, you want to take a shot at me? Go ahead. I stand by the facts. All I want is the truth to come out, and and I don't know whether Wortman's a confidential informant or not, but there are certainly issues about him. And on that, one final point on that, people say, well, there's no proof he's a confidential informant. One of the family members of one of the victims was approached recently by someone in law enforcement and told that they strongly believe, and their group strongly believes, that there was an informant in Wortman's circle. Whether it was Wortman or one or two people close to him, somebody there was an informant, and that's the issue. And I would encourage somebody inside policing, you know this is a bad situation. I've said this before. Bad policing makes for bad law. Somebody's got to come forward and clear this up one way or the other. The police are not clearing it up.
Let me stop you there because we have to hit a news update here. We got lots of people on hold with questions as well. Paul Palango, my guest here till 11 this morning. We'll be back to hear more from Mr. Palango after a news update, and it is coming up next.
You're listening to The Rick Howe Show on News 95.7. Rick will be back in a moment.
Hello, I'm Roger Hamilton, and welcome to The Investment Minute. Well, recently a client came to see me to discuss options with her company pension plan. 5 years from retirement, her best option was to keep the company's guaranteed pension as opposed to taking the cash value now and trying to reinvest it at this point in her life. The company's pension offered her a guaranteed income, but it was only life insured for the first 5 years, meaning anytime after 5 years, if she passed on, no more money would be coming in. So for about $130 per month, she purchased a $150,000 25-year term life policy, ensuring that until age 85, her family would receive either an income or a tax-free lump sum. For more on this, visit yourfinancialdestination.ca or call 902-499-5879. I'm Roger Hamilton. Until next time, stay safe and stay invested.
It's that time of year again. Nope, wrong bells. It's package season. There you go. Black Friday is almost here. And with TELUS Smart Home Security, you can use your phone to accept packages and keep an eye on them for contactless convenience. Sign up now at TELUS.com/smarthome to get a free bonus camera and $50 off your first bill. Plus, you'll be ready for all those holiday packages too. There you go. Conditions apply.
The Bring Home a Honda event. It's the event that puts you in the driver's seat of Canada's 22-time best-selling car, Honda Civic. From only $52 weekly on a zero down payment lease. Plus, get a $1,000 Civic bonus. Fun to drive, fuel sipping, and feature pack from $52 weekly. Plus, a $1,000 Civic bonus while they last. Your local Honda dealers Bring Home a Honda event. Don't miss it.
Number one for news in Halifax. This is News 95.7.
It's Thursday, November 19th. Good morning. I'm Shelley Summers with a 95-second news update. Here's what's making news this hour. The president of the Nova Scotia Teachers Union says the new contract with the provincial government is good news for all involved. Paul Wozni comments coming after NSTU membership voted 94% yesterday in favor of ratifying that agreement. Wozni telling the Rick Howe Show it's a step in the right direction after government legislated a contract on teachers back in 2017.
We're earning our way back from the broken trust that a legislated contract created for us all. And, we teachers insisted this time around that the process be respected. And they used their solidarity to make sure that the government engaged in a process that was free and fair.
And teachers will be getting a 7% raise over the 4-year life of that contract. In New Brunswick, jurors are set to resume deliberations today in the Fredericton mass shooting trial. Reporter Chris Morris saying the Matthew Raymond trial has seen its share of complications.
It's been a long trial, 9 weeks. And it's been plagued by challenges, the whole mistrial thing, problems with the juror who had to be dismissed in October.
Raymond's lawyer sought a mistrial a day after the proceedings began, and one juror was dismissed after he was seen playing a puzzle game in court. Environment Minister Jonathan Wilkinson will show Canadians his path to net zero emissions today. Wilkinson to be tabling climate legislation in the House of Commons to fulfill an election promise to be more aggressive in cutting greenhouse gases. That legislation will include legally binding 5-year targets for reducing emissions. News 95.7 time 10:32. Right now in downtown Halifax, it's -1. At the airport, it's -3. I'm Shelley Summers, and for more news, follow us on Twitter or at halifaxtoday.ca.
Stay up to date. This is The Rick Howe Show on Halifax's #1 station for news, talk, sports. News 95.7.
10:33 here on a Thursday morning. Paul Palango, my guest. Sharon just emailed Paul to say she agrees with the caller that the gunman picking up funds at Brink's highly unusual. She writes, with 40 plus years in banking, I'd never heard of such a thing. It's a ridiculous thing to think that this could be done, writes Sharon here this morning. Again, you believe that there's the Mounties' explanation that he simply was just cashing out his life savings because of his paranoia about the COVID pandemic. You think that's a false story?
I don't know what the real story is, but the narratives put out by the RCMP on this have moved all over the place. I mean, they've talked about different times they arrived. They've indicated they've had certain numbers of members there on the first day. They've had different explanations for their relationships with Wortman. I don't know what to believe. They're playing a game. You know, Rick, we're 7 months down the road. They're still hiding stuff in documents. They're putting things out and redacting them. They're making the media pay all kinds of money to find out little bits of information. And even when the information is wrong, they're still redacting it. They're still playing this game. As I said at the beginning, if this is a simple case of him being COVID crazy and going and killing 22 innocent people, why are they hiding things? Why are they not releasing the 911 tapes? Why are they not providing documentation? Why are they charging the media, which can ill afford it at these times, to do to fight them? Why are they doing this? Why is the government allowing this? Why is Mark Fury not saying, open up the books, let's show people, release the 911 tapes, release the other police radio information, because they were operating on many other channels, including, there's and in New Brunswick, because New Brunswick RCMP was involved. Release the information on those channels. And I'm telling the people who are listening today, write to the Chronicle and Herald, write to the CBC, ask them to demand that they do some work on this. I've got stories that I'd like to do. There's nowhere to publish them in Halifax because everyone is just being spoon-fed by the Mounties and the government about what's going on, taking the stories they've been handed, rewriting them, maybe throwing in a few jibes here and there. Nobody's putting any effort into the story. Nobody's paying attention, and that's what the government wants.
Let's go back to the phone. Steve's on the line. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, guys. One question I did have, that there seems to be a lot of unanswered questions, like Paul is saying. And everywhere we look, we have questions that aren't being answered, and it almost feels like things are being hidden. We know that Martin is helping Palango with this investigation. He started a Facebook group for this. Is there any worry that, Martin has connections with Fury and his connections to the Sanderson case, where Martin turned over evidence to the police? Isn't that a conflict of interest?
Yeah, but Tom Martin, a former Halifax police detective hired by Robert Pinio, the lawyer for the families of the victims, and he is doing his own investigation now. I've known Tom for many, many years, Paul. I have complete faith in his professionalism. What about what the caller is saying here this morning? What are your thoughts?
Well, I've seen this before. Like they'll say, well, Tom Martin and Mark Fury are Facebook friends. So what? My stepdaughter once said, I have 365 Facebook friends. And I says, yeah, which one's going to help you move on the weekend?
Yeah.
Me. And I'm not there. It doesn't mean much to me. I think that, I think that Mr. Pinio is trying to do the best job he can in a very trying circumstance. I think that, I give Mr. Barton the benefit of the doubt. And then I'm going to, and I'm also doing stuff too. Like I've got a story that's sort of in the hopper being edited. I've been trying to get it published for a while. It's long, detailed, talking about what happened at Portapique that weekend. And I think it's going to open a lot of eyes for people who are sitting on the fence wondering whether the RCMP did a good job or not, or if they're telling the truth or not, or if Lisa. This article will basically, I think, reset the narrative, or should reset the narrative.
You're already on the record, though, suggesting this was basically a total police failure, their initial response that night.
But you have no idea how much a failure it was at Portapique until I lay out all the details. And, hopefully it's published in Maclean's in the next couple of days. If not, I'll just take it and I'll find somewhere else to publish it, even if my friends at Frank Magazine will publish it. But people are going to get to read in the next couple of days what really happened at Portapique that weekend, what the RCMP did and didn't do. And mostly it's didn't do in capital letters.
Let's go back to the phones, and June's on the line. Good morning, June.
Hi, Rick. Thank you once again for taking my call. And thank you for having Paul Palango on. And as you know, this is a subject that's near and dear to my heart. I just need to ask the question to Paul, because I was really kind of, I think, a little bit disturbed, because this morning, the first item that you were talking about was Lisa Banfield, but you neglected to mention the fact that LGC, Little Grey Cells, had an interview with Leon Georgie, where he, in his own words, told the details of Lisa Banfield, that she showed up at his property, that she did not look like she was, hurt in any way. She didn't have shoes on, but she didn't look like she had frostbite. But why is it that the media is not paying attention to what Leon Georgie said with regard to that? And one more question that I have for you is, how long are we going to wait before we get the real story with regard to Portapique? Because there are so many holes and there are so many discrepancies with regard to this incident. But what's so disheartening is the fact that so many people were massacred, 23 people, and the media needs to stop saying 22 because it was 23. And the thing is that we just had Now Magazine that reported the story, that linked the story about Leon Georgie to Little Grey Cells site where he did the interview. But you said nothing about that, and I'm really kind of upset about that. I'll let you go now. Thank you.
All right, thanks. And she mentioned 23. There are some who believe that because one of the victims was pregnant, that unborn child should be included in the toll. 22 officially is the number. 23 if you consider the unborn child to be a victim as well. But what about her comments here, Paul? Your thoughts?
Well, I've been trying since the summer, early summer, to do stories on Lisa Banfield. When I was doing work for the Halifax Examiner before they cut me off for some unknown reason, I was told by Tim Bousquet, I like real evidence. Well, the real evidence is out there. I've done a story that's sitting in the hopper waiting to go after the one that's coming now about the whole Banfield saga and the discrepancies in the story. I mean, what people don't realize, that even the media missed in the unredacted documents, she was interviewed under caution the second time by Staff Sergeant Greg Vardy, which means there was suspicion. They had suspicions about her story. That's in the documents. It was completely overlooked by the media. I'm trying my damnedest. I know the Now Magazine story, Enzo Di Matteo, has raised the issue. That's a left-wing street magazine in Toronto. They're doing the story, but we can't get it done in Halifax. And the reason it's not getting done in Halifax, as far as I can tell, or even at the national level, CBC, Globe and Mail, whatever, is this sort of politicization of stories, this sort of woke mentality that people are declared victims because of their position or whatever, and nothing can be said about these victims. So we have this horrible sort of situation now where we have newspapers saying, we're not going to name Wortman. We're just going to go by his initials because that's outrageous. We can't name him because he's a killer. We're not going to name his associates because they're victims because he was such a bad guy. So you're trying to read stories or write stories about this. Nothing can get in because they say we're waiting for conclusive evidence. What is the conclusive evidence? They think some document is going to come down from the police or the government saying, okay, here it is. That's not how it works. That's not how investigative journalism works. Investigative journalism, if you look at everything from Watergate on up to, President Trump's income taxes, it's incremental. Stories are done in an incremental fashion. You don't tell complete stories because you don't have them. So, if you want to find out Wortman's a confidential informant, newspapers and the media have to do incremental stories on every little bit and open up sources. Unfortunately, in Halifax, the Chronicle Herald is just gone dead. It's reporting only what the police say. The Examiner is reporting what the police says, and then and then hypes it up. I mean, Frank magazine is the only one telling the stories, as far as I could tell, with any sort of sense of authority, and that is really interesting in and of itself. So, I volunteered. I've tried to get stories published in the Chronicle Herald, or try to contact them. I don't even get a response from them.
10:44 is the time. Paul Palango, my guest here till 11 o'clock. We're going to take another break. We got Andy. Stay there. You're coming up right after we come back from this break.
You're listening to The Rick Howe Show, where Halifax comes to talk. News 95.7. Rick will be back in a moment.
So I asked my Mopar service expert if winter tires are really necessary. He asked me if I wore boots or sandals in the snow. Zing. Well played, sir. Well played indeed.
Right now, at the Get Winter Ready event, you'll receive a free seasonal tire changeover with the purchase of our Peace of Mind maintenance service. And when you buy 3 tires, you'll get the 4th tire free. See your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealer for details. We built it. We know it.
Need an electrician? Since 1995, Newman Electric has been your top choice in the HRM. From new construction, service upgrades, and renovations to installations, repairs, and emergency service, Newman Electric's certified and experienced team does it all. Ask for a free assessment today. Whatever the size of your project, Newman Electric strives to exceed your expectations with a dedication to excellence and safety. Newman Electric, the electrical contractor. Visit newmanelectric.ca today.
Hi, Hallie. It's Fido. Holiday deals are here, and that means Black Friday is on now. Get a great deal on the sensational LG Velvet 5G while quantities last. That's a lot of yay. Plus, we've got more amazing phones starting at $0 down with the Fido payment program on select plans. Double yay! And get 5 extra hours of data at no extra cost on all voice and data plans. Only with Fido. Conditions apply. For even more Black Friday offers, visit a Fido store or fido.ca today.
Scott McGilvery here. I started my career renovating basements, so I know how important it is to keep those floors warm. On my projects, I use DMX One Step 2.0. This easy-to-install underlayment works with most vinyl or laminate floors and requires no power tools, making it perfect for DIY installers. Even better, the air gap design creates a thermal break, making floors up to 6 degrees warmer than the concrete floor below. DMX One Step 2.0. No mold, no cold. Find it at the Home Depot.
So, you're a Moose maniac, huh? Tune in to News 95.7 for live play-by-play coverage of Dartmouth Dodge Mooseheads hockey with Gareth McDonald. Listen live at news957.com.
This Friday night, be here as the Moose face off against the Tetons. Don't miss the action starting at 6:30 with the pregame show.
We are your home of the Moose. News 95.7.
You just can't stop the move.
You're listening to The Rick Howe Show, where Halifax comes to talk. News 95.7. Now, here's Rick.
Coming up to 10:47 now on this Thursday morning. Paul Palango, my guest here till 11 o'clock. Just before we go, Andy on the line, Tom just emailed saying, ask Paul if the RCMP was ever charged for shooting up the Onslow fire hall. What do we know about that, Paul?
No, nothing has happened. I mean, the whole thing about the Onslow Fire Hall incident is totally disturbing. We have 2 Mounties who get out and shoot at another Mountie and an EMT worker. The Special Investigations Unit, CERT, under Felix Caccione, supposedly investigated that and supposed to report within 3 months. We haven't heard a thing about that. But it raises a larger issue. CERT should be investigating the whole thing and should have been investigating the whole thing from the beginning because of the entire sort of failure of policing by the RCMP. That should have been in their mandate. They're not doing it. And another problem with the CERT investigation is they have ex-Mounties as investigators.
Yeah.
Other problem. And before we go ahead on that, there's one other thing I want to get back to. The previous caller mentioned little gray cells. That's what's going on here. We have citizen journalists. I'm working with some of them, Little Gray Cells, the Discord. They're doing things online that should be done by the regular media and isn't being done by the regular media. And that's what's going at the end of the day, this is going to be a problem for the government because this is not going to go away.
All right. Let's hear what Andy's got to say this morning. Good morning, Andy.
Good morning, Rick. And how are you?
I'm well, sir. You have a question for Paul here this morning.
Well, more of a statement. I hope you don't mind.
No, go ahead. Yep.
I do disagree with some things, and I'm not putting anybody down. I just think that one of the biggest problems we have in our system today is putting people into groups. And I'm sorry to say this, but I've been put into a group like that where I lost my job because somebody said that because of a past job, I couldn't do my job properly. And putting people like that to me is almost as bad as sexism. I remember École Polytechnique because I'm from Montreal. I remember all the things that have happened since then, and my heart goes out to all the families. But you can't take someone and say you can't be an ex-RCMP officer because of your role or because of your oath, because that's completely false. People change. We have bikers that become cops. We have cops that become bikers. Everybody changes. So I just think that it's wrong to put a label on somebody like that. And to say that in the book and everything just makes it even worse. Now, I don't know if anything is happening specifically, but I have seen no proof of anything that could tarnish somebody's name, and yet that's what I seem to be hearing.
All right. Well, let's hear what Paul. Let's hear Paul's response to that. Appreciate the call, Andy. Thank you.
I think that you can't say all, but I'd say many. And in my experience, and talking to people within policing and ex-policing, I've spent over 30 years looking at it. No, there's the same. There's no such thing as an ex-Mountie. Well, there's a few exceptions. I admit that, but those are the exceptions that prove the rule, as they say.
All right, let's go back to the phones. And Carol's on the line. Good morning, Carol.
Hey, good morning, Rick.
You have a question for Paul this morning.
I mostly have an accolade for both you and Paul. I'm very grateful that both you guys are keeping this front and center. I'm a concerned citizen, guilty of thinking the RCMP are all about the musical ride and their beautiful serge suits and their hats. And I also think that Canadian citizens, myself included until recently, have kept them as this august institution that is never questioned. And I see our politicians at every level keeping them somehow untouchable. And I'd like both of you guys to let us know when the results of the inquiry come out.
Well, then no question about that, and that'll be media. That the media will be covering the inquiry. No doubt in my mind about that.
But Rick, it's going to be buried on page 67.
Well, I don't know. This is again very, as you can tell by the amount of calls we have. And people urging me to have Paul back on. This is still very much, in the hearts and minds of Nova Scotians. I don't think they'll tolerate, burying details on the back pages kind of thing. They want to see what's going on. And so that'll be front page news. Mark my word on that, Carol.
Okay, but I have to bring it a little bit into doubt with all due respect, Rick. You sort of wonder who the Halifax media is having to pay, who's controlling them. Is the PM's office saying we're not going to release anything? Thanks so much, media?
Well, no, I don't think the PM's office has any control, but, the media can only do so much if you are looking for documents, for example, and you don't have access to those documents. Your hands are tied right now. So, there's nobody saying, in some big office in Ottawa or somewhere saying, okay, media, you can do this, you can't do that. No, that's not the case at all. But Paul's right to a certain extent that the media is not like it used to be in this town. And I think, Paul, there's something to be said about that. Go ahead, Paul. The floor is back to you.
Okay, well, I think Carol's it's hit an important point here. That one of the people I deal with regularly is a high-ranking former RCMP executive officer, and he's one of the most respected, knowledgeable people on policing in Canada. He says that what happened at Portapic was the worst day in the history of the RCMP. The worst day in the history of the RCMP. And what this means, I think what it's gone to government know the real story. The RCMP knows the real story. When it comes out, and I guarantee it will come out, if not through me, through Little Gray Cells, or maybe if the Halifax Chronicle Herald wakes up, or whoever. But the real story is that the RCMP is a dysfunctional, unsustainable organization. And if the truth comes out, it will not be able to continue in its role in policing in Nova Scotia or the other provinces, I suspect, because people will see it for what it really is. And so what we're seeing now is this the government and the police are in this protection mode because it's such a fundamental seismic change that's being forced on society for Nova Scotians and others to see that the RCMP can't do the job. And so they're doing everything they can do to protect it. But at the end of the day, I think the truth will win out, and people are going to see it for what it is.
Carol, any follow-up before I let you go?
I just say, Rick, with all due respect again, I really questioned the Nova Scotia Premier when he said we are not allowed to start a public inquiry. And lawyers at Dalhousie said that's untrue. And he dodged and dodged and dodged until the federal government finally said, okay, we'll do one.
Well, Carol, the reason, and this gets back to what I'm saying. It's exactly what I'm saying, because they realize how egregious it is. The Premier has basically gone into a shell. It used to be politicians were honorable. When bad things happened, they addressed it because they're there to serve the people. The people are not there to serve them. They're there to serve the people, and they were honorable. And when bad things happened, ministers resigned. But this is so bad that they're keeping a lid on it. I think they're using the COVID cover not to call the legislature back, because this is the big issue they don't want to deal with. Because they have to deal with the RCMP and the nature of policing in the province. And it's such a can of worms. You have McNeil comes from 5 policemen in his family. 3 of them are Mounties, I believe. Mark Fury's an ex-Mountie. This is a bad thing happening on their watch. And if someone else takes over, they're gonna uncover this can of worms, or open the can of worms, and it's going to be a mess. So it's going to happen, but they're just basically stalling till they get out of the line of fire.
10:55. Matt's on the line here with the question this morning. Good morning, Matt.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, sir. How about you?
Not too bad. My question for Paul, I guess, is why is there no reporting on the Shuby scene and the car that is alleged to be Wortman's? There's no conclusive evidence on any push bars, even though there's hundreds and hundreds of pictures around. And even at the scene before that, when they said that the car was driving past the gas station in Brookfield, they had plenty of opportunity to show that it was Wortman's car, but they chose the clips that had the push bar and the back of the car blocked off. And so it would be, there's a lot of question around this, and nobody's releasing a photo. Like, they had professional photo people on site. And so why can't they just release the photo of the front of the car to prove that this is Wortman's? I personally spoke to the family that towed the vehicle, and they towed it to Truro, picked it up back from Truro, took it back to the site, and then towed it back to Truro again. And that person said that there was no push bar on the vehicle. So I'm just wondering why there's no reporting on that, and if there's going to be a photo released, since there's professional photos on site.
All right, appreciate that. Paul, I'm not sure, again,
I've been to the site many times. I've seen, trying to understand what happened. I've looked at the photos. I'm absolutely sure Wortman was there. I don't have any doubt about that. I don't know about the car or the angles or anything like that. But, this is stuff that may come out in the future.
Yeah. And again, we hope that all of this will come out in the public inquiry. And you do have faith, Paul Palango, before I let you go, that the inquiry will get to the bottom of things?
Not right now, for the reasons I stated. You have 3 people in charge of that inquiry with a mandate that appears to be open and honest. But I've seen, we can talk at end about this at length about inquiries in Canada that have basically got the answer that the government wanted. The overhanging thing in this is this insistence on restorative justice and domestic violence and all of these things, this constant pounding a square peg into a round hole. What are they trying to achieve? I think when you read my next story, people are going to understand how bad things are and how bad the situation was at Portapique, and it's going to raise other questions.
All right, I'll watch wait with interest to see that story when it is published to Paul Palango. And again, a very fascinating hour. Lots of interest here still very much on the minds of Nova Scotians who are looking for answers as to what happened on that April weekend. Paul, appreciate it as always.
Let's do it again, Rick.
You got it. We'll be in touch. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All the best. Paul Palango, journalist and author, with us here on a Thursday morning. I know some of you still are on hold here with questions or comments. We've got an open hour coming up for you next hour, so stay there. And we'll talk about your concerns still about the Portapique massacre or whatever might be on your mind here this morning. Throwdown Thursday coming up after the news. And the news is coming up next.
For Halifax's best local news coverage, keep your radio tuned to CJNI News 95.7 at news957.com or by downloading the News 95.7 app.
Nova Scotians can help.
Okay, so I would encourage more people to phone in. Everybody phone in. Start asking them questions that put the heat on. Keep this issue really alive. I mean, this is the 7-month anniversary we're talking about here today, right? 7 months. So good day to keep it alive. And, obviously the media, I like the last caller making a point there of that the story is really being buried by the RCMP, the mainstream media. And Paul is very right in saying that there's other cover stories that they're using in place of covering this up. And if you look at the timing of the warrant releases, you can see the pattern. So they're trying to obfuscate. Still haven't received answer whether the warrant has been released publicly yet or not. I think we can talk about it a little bit more now. I'm always hesitant. I do get copies of the warrants, so I do currently have a copy of the warrant. But just for legal reasons, I'm hesitant to talk about things until I see them in the mainstream media. And he brought up a very good point there that I've kind of been waiting somebody to say about the cautioning and Vardy. We'll talk about that when this is done. So I encourage you to phone in, and a huge shout out to Discord. I'm so glad that you guys got accolades there from Paul, because you guys work really hard and help out so much. So you guys do this, little pat on the back, and go with that. Be brave, even with a trembling voice. Speak your truth. That's right. Just take a deep breath, pray, speak truth. It wins this story because of you guys and keeping it in the media. Paul and Mar and Rick keeping it out there really has put a lot of pressure on the government and here. So it's not a bad thing. We're literally making differences, and that's good. It's good to see. So thank you ever so much to all of you, and I'm glad. I want to make a new intro and put the Paul quote in there about the Discord. Awesome. We can get back and listen to some more Rick Howe. But call in and ask those questions that you have, that you've raised in the Discord. That there's so many. I mean, like, somebody messaged me and said, "What should I ask?" And if I was to call, and I said, my brain is kind of overloaded right now with stuff. So but you guys all know lots and lots of little points here. So you're going to get working on a new intro, Steve. Oh, come on, man. You're really busy. And he's got a new cat. Steve's got a new cat. Kitty. It's with people and the cats. Cats? Maybe the GIF got him going. Like a fat kid on a Smartie. Thanks, Dan. Fat kids and Smarties. Yum. I'm having a vision here.
And right now in downtown Halifax, it's -1. At the airport, it's -3.
News 95.7 time, 11:04.
Fat kids and Smarties. Fat kids and Smarties. Cats are communist infiltrators. I think there's something to the pet thing. It's the manipulation of the mind, but I probably shouldn't get off on that thing right now. It's psychological warfare, right? It's attacking a certain emotional piece of the brain. People are aware of some of that stuff. Anyway, like a buzzard on a gut wagon. Okay, gut wagon. What is a gut wagon?
Legislation to get net zero emissions. 95.7's Parliament Hill reporter Cormac McSweeney with more on that.
As the Liberals vowed during the election, they'll be unveiling today a plan to get more aggressive in tackling climate change by setting legally binding targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions in our country. Those targets will be set for every 5 years.
Nenshi on a Twinkie? Nenshi likes Twinkies? I didn't know that.
Are absorbed rather than left in the atmosphere to contribute to global warming.
Oh, there we go. Global warming. God, we can just keep hitting up everything else. The world is falling apart. Polarized people, balkanized people. Get them turning on each other. Right on. Cultural destruction.
Canadians have been building desks, and many of them come from IKEA. 95.7's Mike Epple with more from the business center.
It's a lot of Allen keys and wrenches. IKEA Canada says it has sold 631,000 desks since March, the revelation reported by the...
Next time, what we should do is maybe set up a channel of kind of questions or something like that. The channel thing is full. By the way, I wanted to give a massive shout out to Julie on Discord, who's been working her tail off on the other server, and Mark, of course, who's got his server also going, just banking all that data. I mean, and it's there for everybody's use, so that's really great. I know I've been over there and looked at the photos and things like that, so many thanks to those two. Huge thanks. Okay, we're going back to Rick.
Good Thursday morning. How's your day going so far? Hope it's been a good one. It's 11:06 right now. Hi, and welcome to the third hour of our show this morning.
Start blowing up those
until
phones.
12:30 this afternoon. And here's what's coming up for you this hour and next. It's your turn now to sound off. We've got an open hour ahead for you, and our phone lines await your calls now at 902-405-6000 or 1-877-801-8255. And I'll have more in just a moment. After the news at noon, the Ecology Action Center's Kelsey Lane will join me to discuss Quebec's decision this week to ban the sale of gas-powered cars by 2035. But don't expect any similar announcement anytime soon from Nova Scotia. And historian and archaeologist David Jones is back with us this afternoon with another Nova Scotia history lesson. But this hour, it is time for Throwdown Thursday. Anything goes from now until noon. Here again, the numbers to call, 902-405-6000 or 1-877-801-8255. Well, 55 students and 9 teachers at 2 HRM schools are self-quarantining this morning. They were in close contact with 2 students who tested positive for COVID-19, one at Graham Creighton Junior High, the other at Auburn Drive High School. Some are wondering, though, why both schools were not shut down altogether and given a good scrub down. Teachers Union President Paul Wozni among them. Any thoughts from you here this morning? And how concerned are you about the rising number of COVID cases in this province and its potential impact on our schools? I'd love to hear this morning from parents, from teachers, from students, and others. Give me a call, 902-405-6000 or 1-877-801-8255. The NDP continuing to push for guaranteed paid sick days, as dozens of students are now home in isolation. In many cases, the NDP says parents will have to stay home as well. And for many, going a couple of weeks without a paycheck, well, is next to impossible. Do you think we need paid sick days for all workers in this province? Give me a call this morning. 3 new cases of COVID in Nova Scotia yesterday, by the way, along with a number of potential exposures. So here's a question for you this morning. Is it time to get tougher with those traveling to this region?
Maybe
British Columbia Premier
when I do that. I'm just going to fucking move past the COVID discussion. Blow up his phone, man. Blow up his phone. And ma'ams, brothers and sisters, get on it. Oh, no. Yes.
Or 1-877-801-8255. We heard from a former patient of Bedford dentist Errol Gum this morning, detailing the abuse he alleges he suffered while being treated by Gum. His is one of a growing number of former patients and others who have come forward with their own stories of the pain that Gum inflicted on teens and children over some 4 decades. Are you a former patient? Do you have a story to tell us? Give me a call. And the Provincial Dental Board of Nova Scotia this morning has now suspended indefinitely Dr. Gum's license to practice. That's effective immediately. So that's breaking news here this morning. The Provincial Dental Board of Nova Scotia has basically suspended indefinitely, effective immediately, Dr. Errol Gum's license to practice dentistry in this province. Give me a call with your thoughts here this morning. One more point for me, and then we're off to the phones. Have you seen a photo of the winning design for that new art gallery on the Halifax waterfront? And have a look and tell me what you think. You know, maybe it is modern architecture, but to me, it, well, looks out of place. This, by the way, is a $130 million project with $70 million coming from the province, $30 million from the feds, and $30 million in fundraising by the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia. And Art Gallery CEO Nancy Noble says this facility will set a new standard for art galleries in Canada and will provide a space for all Nova Scotians and others to gather, she says, and celebrate the diversity of this community through art. Rather expensive project, though, is it not? Any thoughts? Give me a call. Those are some of the issues we might get into this hour, but anything goes this morning. Call me, 902-405-6000 or 1-877-801-8255, and let's get talking. And Tommy is going to lead us off here this morning. Hey, Tommy.
Good morning, Rick. How are you?
I'm doing very well. You want to talk some more about the conversation we had with Paul Palango last hour?
Yeah, I was trying to get on before he took off, but that's all right. It's still a relevant question. More or less, I just wanted to see how much information he had brought forth about his relationship with the Hells Angels. The only reason I question that a little bit is I'm currently dating an ex-RCMP officer. Well, I hope she's not listening, but this is the kind of information that people need to start coming forward with if they have it. Just, you know, the pictures she was showing me with Wortman and ex-RCMP officers, like, arms around each other like they're hunting buddies, like, that bothered me a lot. I was like, I can't believe you're showing me this right now. I was like, why didn't you, like, you know, why isn't this, like, out to the public? She's like, you know, I can't do that. I mean, like, I'm a retired officer, so just the conflict of interest and all that, I don't want nothing to do with it. And, you know, there's a trust thing with me and her, so there was a bit of openness, right? So, but still, that's how easy that, you know, information is just floating around out there and no one's doing anything and it's not being publicized, right? And that's what bothers me, right? I mean, like, that's where I was trying to go with, you know, the relationship and, you know, just see what kind of, you know, stuff they're keeping from us. Yeah, well, you know what I mean? Because, like,
yeah, we know, for example, that Palango had a good friend who was an ex-Hells Angel, an associate, the man who provided some of the decal work on Wortman's police cruiser, for example. So there is obviously some, and Paul Palango has alluded to a connection with the Hells Angels as well on several occasions. But the RCMP basically denying all of that right now. That's something that, again, if you're you know, what the photos that your girlfriend has shown you here, you know, that suggests that there is perhaps something there in regards to, you know, a close relationship between Wortman and the RCMP. Yeah, and I'm not saying, I mean, like, we all have friends or past relatives or anything like that, you know, that, not all of us, but some of us have, you know, some that have been in the, you know, in any type of enforcement, whatever, and they move on, they go to other things, but there's always that history in the past there, right? Yeah. So who are they associating with before they're in the limelight? You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I hear you.
So that's what bothered me about the whole situation with that. So that's just something I wanted to voice, and just hope when things start to come to light, we get some more hard evidence to kind of get this story tucked under. And
well said. Well said.
Truth.
Appreciate
All right.
the update. Thanks very much. You have a great day as well. Rob, good morning to you.
Hey, Rick, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Rob. What's on your mind here this morning?
Well, just a comment on the shooter in Portapique. I'm just curious. I mean, lots of speculation going on, of course, and I guess if there's no formal statement of the authorities, then people are going to talk and come up with their own 2 cents, I guess. And here's mine. But where the weapons that he used, has it been released from the RCMP that they actually came from across the border?
I believe, yes. In fact, I'm just looking here right now. I believe they felt that one gun came from across the border and that the others were from somewhere in Canada here. Now, I'm just trying to find that information.
But most of them, though, were illegally obtained.
Yes.
And so I guess, the way I'm looking at it is, trying to follow the bouncing ball here. And rather than getting caught up in individual details like, how did he get into Brinks and so on and so forth, could it be that this is as simple as the RCMP or other authorities are investigating cross-border arms shipments, which is like a serious federal offense on both sides of the border?
Yep.
And while they're trying to track down not only this nut job that went on a rampage in Portapique, but the people that he's dealing with stateside and other illegal actors that are operating here in Canada.
Yeah, because we understand he spent many trips across the border into the U.S. and there's been a suggestion that maybe he was indeed involved in smuggling weapons back across the border.
I mean, if he had illegal weapons here and an unbelievable amount of cash in that's accessible, and I mean would that not raise the some red flags for the investigators that are looking into this sort of thing and say, we may have a problem with this dude in Dartmouth. And they could have been, and again, this is speculation because nobody knows for sure. I mean, this is why we're having these conversations, I guess. But at the end of the day, I would think if they're investigating an arms smuggling ring that's crossing at least one border, that's more than a week-long investigation. That would be months and months and maybe years. And if they released information because of something that went horribly wrong while they're investigating this dude, knowing that he had weapons, knowing that he was actually, potentially an offender. But if they release that information now, it would completely discredit and eliminate any chance of further investigation into the people that they're trying to catch.
Just looking here,
is that possible?
It's anything's possible right now. Again, just because we don't have a whole lot of detail about some of these kind of things. But I'm looking here. The RCMP got information from Canada Border Services Agency that showed that Wortman crossed the U.S.-Canada border at Woodstock 15 times over a 2-year period. So what was he doing on those many trips across
Exactly. I mean, and more than likely, he certainly wasn't smuggling arms across the border himself. And maybe that's why there's connection with the Angels, or at least I shouldn't say there's connection with the Angels. There's alleged connection with the Angels and drug dealers and those sorts of things. But I mean, at the end of the day, these are folks that know how to get stuff across the border. So maybe the RCMP with this public inquiry. And believe me, I'm first in line. We all want to know what went on, but maybe their apprehension on trying to release this stuff is that it's an ongoing investigation, trying to catch people that are as bad or worse than him.
Well, that's possible. Anything's possible. And again, hopefully this is the kind of information and the suggestions, the inferences, the allegations, the unsubstantiated rumors. Hopefully all of this will come to the fore in this public inquiry, and we can get answers to these kind of questions.
I agreed. I mean, speculation quickly turns into, foolish conspiracy theory nonsense, and no one, that's not healthy. No one needs that. Everybody wants this thing to be put to a close, but at the end of the day, it was 6 or 7 months ago, or 8 months, I guess now. It was in April, was it not?
It was April, mid-April,
So, I don't know how long it takes to do, public inquiries, but I'm thinking based on releasing very, very sensitive information, it may take some time before, the public and most importantly, the victims' families before they get that information back from them. But maybe they're just trying to be careful so that they don't ruin ongoing investigations that maybe the FBI or whoever down in the U.S. has ongoing that's linked and coordinated with the investigation here in Canada.
Yeah, no, it's I can't say yes, I can't say no, other than, that's an interesting supposition, and hopefully we'll get answers here sometime sooner than later.
Well, very good, Rick. Look, it's nice talking to you.
You too. Appreciate that. Thanks for the call, Rob. Barry emails here this morning in regards to the new art gallery in Nova Scotia, at least the design that they unveiled yesterday, which I have a bit of an issue with. Anyway, he writes, the new art gallery of Nova Scotia looks like an impressive and iconic building like the Central Library, which has won international design awards. The waterfront, he writes, needs stunning architecture. People hated the Eiffel Tower when it was built, writes Barry here this morning. 11:19, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more of your calls right after this.
This segment of the Rick Howe Show is brought to you by Colonial Honda, your Halifax Honda dealer.
The Bring Home a Honda event is on now at the all-new Colonial Honda on Roby. Bring home the Canadian-built CRV for only $190 bi-weekly, everything included. Or the Canadian-built Civic for just $150 bi-weekly, everything included. These payments are all in and come with a 4-year tire and rim warranty. The Bring Home a Honda event, on now at Colonial Honda. Contact us today and find out why Halifax is choosing Colonial Honda on Roby.
SteelAuto.com. As COVID-19 restrictions ease and businesses begin to open, Deep Down Cleaning Services wants you to know we have a plan to help you keep your customers and staff safe. Deep Down Cleaning Services Limited offers comprehensive disinfectant cleaning to put your mind at ease. Our fast, reliable service in disinfecting high-touch areas will ensure that as your business reopens, Deep Down Cleaning will keep the safety of your staff and customers in check. Leave the disinfecting to the professionals. Call Deep Down Cleaning Services today, 902-425-5619.
Are you still shopping for a heat pump? Scotia HVAC is having a blowout sale with payment plans as low as $19 bi-weekly. Whether you want a heat pump with the lowest temperature rating, the most efficient heating specs, or the best warranty, Scotia HVAC has the perfect unit for your home. And right now, payment plans are starting at only $19 bi-weekly. Contact the experts at Scotia HVAC today. Call 902-406-HEAT. That's 406.
328. Winter hits.
Whatever. Make sure that you do phone in, and I know there's a couple of you apparently that are on hold. We'll see how much he wants to really talk about this, and he leaves people on hold. I mean, yeah, there's other things going on, but clearly art gallery versus Canada's worst mass murder and clear RCMP problems. Very serious, and one is kind of down here and one is out in space. I like the business about this is related to Paul's article. Sorry if you hear that in the background. I'm not going to put on headphones and try and figure that out. This communique was in reply to Paul's story, and they had an immediate shit over in the RCMP in New Brunswick. Of course, who are we talking about here? The head. So let's get back to the show.
14 days in total, 2 weeks, 10 days were training on the receptionist desk. I also have a background as working as a dental assistant. I did not assist Dr. Gom. I actually didn't do any assisting in the city. But I'm floored at these stories. I heard, I actually walked down one time when a parent came to me at the desk to check on her child that was screaming.
Yep.
So I walked down the hall Like I was still in training, or it was one of my first few days on my own. I can't remember.
Yep.
But I went down to check on the patient, and I walked into the room, and I was told the dentist, I can't remember if it was male or female. So I was training with both of them, so I can't remember the exact time when I realized about this room.
Okay.
I went into this room, and I saw this big glass operatory. It could be plexiglass, I don't know. But when I went down there to check on the patient, the dentist opened the door and told me that I was never to return to that room again. When the dentist opened that door, the screaming multiplied by about 10 times.
So you're thinking there's something to these allegations then? Is that what you're telling us here this morning, Kathy?
No, she's talking about teeth or something. We'll get back to the calls when they decide to move on to something. Sorry if you guys are interested in the teeth thing. But the show's on replay, so you can go and find it. But this story is an older story. And when Paul wrote this, they responded very negatively. But it's because it has to do with, and the pursuit or the line of thinking that he was suggesting in this article, which has to do with what that caller was raising about Hell's Angels, which is probably something we're talking about here. So, and clearly the RCMP, who never says anything about anything, and they come out with this statement, and in here they do their regular type stuff of not, they don't want, it's psychological warfare, so they don't even mention who this the journalist is. And this story, a recently published media story, this story, and then they start to attack Paul, funnily enough, and they don't mention him clearly by name. And this is the commanding officer of the RCMP for New Brunswick. And the story is an old story. It's an older story. It's nothing new, as in there's some connections he's making in there, but it's keeping it in the public consciousness that really pisses them off. And also the line of thinking that he's going down. I don't know what my dog is doing. Something crazy. So, you know, that's a line of think to look into. I mean, you have to have your ducks in order, but it's most certainly one I've been looking into for a while. And I will say there's a lot of funny stuff going on over there. And,
Ask a question, then he can answer.
Well, Paul's gone. He was just in for the last hour, so he's not with us anymore. But we'll have him back on another time, and perhaps you can ask him at that time then.
Okay, so I was just wondering why Lisa's story changed. Like, she was handcuffed in the back of the police car.
Yep.
And she squeezed through that little opening and escaped that way. Now the story's changing. Like, what's going on here?
Well, hopefully, again,
is what I want to know.
Yeah, well, we all want to know that. Appreciate the call, Kathy. And hopefully this public inquiry, once it gets up and running, we'll get to the bottom of these kinds of questions. And again, some of these, are legitimate questions here that don't have any apparent answers. And I think that's going to be interesting to see if Lisa Banfield, for example, is indeed called as a witness before the public inquiry, and what her story will be when she is testifying under oath. So stay tuned. We're waiting anxiously to see that inquiry get underway. 11:28 is our time right now. Tony, stay there. You're coming up next. We got Jenna on hold and some others as well. We'll get to you too. And lines are open as well here. If you've got something to say this morning, we'll try to get you on. 902-405-6000 or 1-877-801-8255. We're back with more of your calls after a news update, and it is coming up next.
So just to go back to what we were talking about there, I hope the Tel Aviv isn't calling. The caller there was talking about the Lisa Banfield story changing. Now, if we go through the RCMP timeline, many of these stories develop out of other media, mainstream media, and some interesting sources that they're unnamed sources that they're coming up with. So I believe I was tracing through, funnily enough, the Lisa escaping story yesterday, and that came from Mercedes over, I forget her last name, Mercedes over at Global. They deleted the article, and for some reason, I guess I didn't archive it, but there's lots of articles, and so, but it was her that initially floated that idea. So these unnamed sources, this is where we need to say no. Who is your source? If it's true, identify it. Ask the important questions. Brenda Beauforbes, go away. Your story is not relevant because you didn't see anything. Glenn, however, okay, you saw something, go talk to Glenn. But they don't want to do that, and I think that is very telling, right? I'm being very facetious when I'm speaking like that, right? So they're spinning out a narrative using the mainstream media, and this is why Paul's getting shut down in the mainstream media. Don't want to talk about Lisa. Okay, sure, why not? Okay, but nowhere in the warrants are they acknowledging, that she's being beaten up. Right? That's coming from the media. I believe they may have stated that in one of the press conferences that she was assaulted, but I don't think in the warrants it does indicate anywhere there. But perhaps if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, that would be great. But to the best of my knowledge, it doesn't say that. It does mention escape, I believe. But if we use the current warrants, then it's not talking about that. Another point that I wanted to make on that was motives. I always look at motives. Why do people say the things that they do? Where are they coming from? What's the veracity, as in the truthfulness? What kind of truthfulness have they demonstrated? So clearly throughout this whole process, the RCMP has not only obfuscated, been nothing but opposite of transparent. When you hear these things they spin out, whether it's usually from politicians of any ilk, shape, or form, or the RCMP, whatever they say, or health officials, and so it's sad. This is the way the world has gotten. It's bizarro world, so up is down and down is up. What they're saying is not, it's exactly the opposite. Exactly the opposite. So if they're saying to oh dear, there's our friend oh dear doing lots of big work. Oh dear. Need to talk on the phone. I'm still waiting. But anybody who, please go and check out their channel, right? And but if you have a liar in court, anything that they say from that point is forward is suspect. So everybody's trying to make sense of these warrants, and they're like, well, but they say this. You have to factor back in how many times have they lied already? So does that mean what they say then is even truthful? And the answer 9 times out of 10 is no. No. And it's just an acceptance of the fact, no, they're not telling the truth. So you can use their facts as kind of a baseline and look through and then try and just destroy what they're saying, which is really important. But holding on to these truths, like they're telling the truth, or no, you can basically take what they say and shred it. Honestly, let's go back to Rick.
Thing goes, and it's simple. All you have to do is give us a call at 902-405-6000 or 1-877-801-8255. Tony, good morning to you.
Good morning, Rick. How you doing? Welcome back.
All right. Thank you very much. What's on your mind here this morning?
I want to play trivia with you, Rick. You ready?
Okay, give it a shot.
Okay, now no Google or Katie, no lifelines. Here's the first one.
All right.
I'd like you or your listeners, without looking at Google or looking it up, who are the 3 people vying for the leadership of the Liberal Party in Nova Scotia, and it will be de facto premier. Question 2, you had a guest on for an hour who is touting a story that can't get written. Well, how about the Halifax.ca? They're part of your conglomerate. Why don't they pick up the story and write it and publish it? And last question, the very last question, the same person, I'd like to ask him when he's on your show next, how much of an advance did he get from his publisher for the next book that he's going to write? That's all I have for you, Rick. Thank you.
All right, Tony, appreciate it. It's Ian Rankin, Levy Kasoulas, and Randy Delory. The answer to your first question, the 3 men running for the Liberal leadership. I'm not sure that HalifaxToday.ca has had any conversation with Paul, but I'm not ruling that out. And it's something that Halifax.ca and Paul would have to work out themselves. And I've just forgotten the third part of that question. When Paul comes back on, he gets the chance. You'll have an opportunity again at some point, Tony, to ask him that question. Ernie, good morning to you. Hello, Ernie. Ernie, are you there? Ernie once. I'm going to put you on hold, and we'll get back to you here in a moment. Let's go to Jenna next year this morning. Hi, Jenna.
Hi, good morning, Rick.
How are you today?
Cold.
Yeah, it is chilly out there, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it is. My concern is about the whole COVID thing, like where bus drivers still don't wear masks.
And I'm not gonna give that airtime. Sorry, not really worth it. So yeah, the F-150 is a very good question, but you see, how many people know about the F-150? And that's touches on something that I want to raise after this show is done, because I really need your guys' help. And it's not my nature, but I'm going to ask for your guys' help more than I already am. How's that? So still got a few minutes here left with Rick, 23 minutes. Blow up that phone, 902-405-6000 is the call-in number. And, even calling in and they get bombarded with lots of calls, even if they don't stick people on, it lets them know where people's public opinion is. They can't avoid it. And that lady's making a good point in the background story as she's talking about ignoring stories. So the F-150 with license plate, that technology absolutely exists. The RCMP have that technology at their fingertips to enhance that license plate. But we're going to talk about that. That's on my list of things.
That I love your show. Love it.
We listen to the radio every day.
We listen to your show every day. I love the comments. But I just want to say I'm promoting a business. Is it okay if I do that?
Go ahead. Yep.
My business is Meldrum's Design or Detailing and Art, where I sell art for raising money towards autism.
Okay.
And I was just putting it out there that anybody that needs a drawing, it's the charity. It's going against. It's being supported towards the Autism Society.
And if people want to have a look, they have a website they can go to, or what?
You can go on Instagram, Meldrum's Detailing and Art, or you can go on Facebook and look up Meldrum's Detailing and Art, or you can message me on Facebook.
All right. Well, listen, good luck. Appreciate the call here this morning. Thank you to Jenna as well. Who's next? Brandon, good morning to you.
Hey, Rick, it's Brandon.
Yes, sir. Good morning. What's on your mind?
I want to talk about the Portapique massacre and COVID-19. I really appreciate your coverage of both COVID-19 and the Portapique massacre, but they go hand in hand. And I think that individuals like Paul Palango have really been on the edge of the sword of digging into the Portapique massacre, and I appreciate you having him on the phone. He asks questions that no one else will ask, like such as Lisa Banfield, and why is she so protected, whereas the warrants protect her from what she knows. I just want to know your opinion on that, and will you have Paul Palango back on your show again?
Yeah, we will, obviously, because there's obviously, again, a lot of interest in hearing what Paul has to say. A lot of people still with a lot of questions that they want answered, and they're not getting answers right now. And, so, yeah, I will have Paul back on. But, again, we're going to only get all of the answers to these kind of concerns here, these questions, from the public inquiry. And that's why, again, I think it's important to, keep this in people's minds. That this was an incident that saw 22 Nova Scotians gunned down, killed in mid-April, and the kind of questions that are still out there that are not being answered. Again, it's in the public interest to know exactly what did happen on that April weekend.
Exactly. And I also want to get your opinion on it. Since COVID has limited our national, even our provincial media of attacking or covering certain news stories, how do you feel about citizen journalists covering the worst tragedy in Nova Scotian history?
I have no problems with that at all, and it's all part of again, citizen journalists are as important as the mainstream journalists in digging up information, and at times it's those citizens journalists are digging up more than what perhaps the mainstream media is able to determine and to find out. So I applaud the efforts of whoever's out there trying to learn more, do a little investigative work perhaps, and I have no problem with that whatsoever. The more the merrier, Brandon.
Okay. Well, I just want to say I appreciate your support, and I appreciate what you're doing, and many other Nova Scotians appreciate that you give a solid platform that people can hear other people's opinions, thoughts, and results from what they are seeing and what they're hearing and what they're investigating. So kudos to you. And I'm a short-time listener, but I'm definitely a long-time listener now that I found your show, and you do a hell of a job. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, Brandon. Thank you, and look forward to hearing some more of your calls in the coming weeks and months ahead. 11:41 is our time here right now. Who is next? It's Gary. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, Rick. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, sir. How are you doing this morning?
Oh, not too bad. Just listening to you, your interview with Randy Delory earlier.
Yep.
I don't think he should be using long-term care as one of his crowning standout achievements for his career as health minister. He's done nothing to improve the quality of care for the elderly. He's completely ignored the ACE team's cry for more staffing and other groups as well who stated the same thing. They were late in addressing the things that the 53 deaths that occurred at Northwood, and to say that it was something to be proud of, and keeping it to 53 when it could have been worse. That's not a good thing to be proud of.
And he kind of danced around that as well, and indeed, I think that his crowning moment, I believe, as he explained to us, was the appointment of a review after all of the deaths and the questions being raised and the demands for a public inquiry. The minister, Randy DeLorean, the premier, opted against that and went with the review. Again, that was his response to my questions about whether or not that's baggage for him as a candidate for the Liberal leadership to be the health minister when 53 people are dying at a senior citizens complex.
And I agree. To go further, that pandemic money that was given out by the federal government, the health workers here were the last ones to receive it.
Yeah.
So that's the importance that he's put on long-term care throughout the whole time. And one other time we were called to his department at sorry about that, Rick, at his request. And when we got there, we thought we were going to have a big announcement from him, but we left empty-handed. Like we thought that we were going to get some big announcement for some big improvements for long-term care, but that never happened. But the thing that happened afterwards was this the creation of the expert advisory panel for long-term care that has 22 recommendations, and only 5 have been actioned.
Yeah.
So we're still behind the 8 ball, and as far as I can understand, even at Northwood, I heard a report come out of there that there was on a night shift there were 17-to-1 residents to 1 worker.
Wow.
So if something happens again. And I suspect it will if the ratios are still at the same level they were during and before the pandemic. The numbers are going to be even worse.
Well, we hope not, and hopefully we learned some lessons from the last time. But I guess only time will tell on that, huh, Gary?
Well, I guess so. And if, like I said, for years we've been calling for more staffing, and if that had occurred, many of those 53 deaths would have been prevented for sure.
Indeed. Appreciate the call, Gary. Good to hear from you again. 902-405-6000 or 1-877-801-8255. We've got lots of lines open here this morning, folks. If you've been waiting for an opportunity to call in and have a say about an issue that may be of concern to you, now's your chance. Again, 902-405-6000 or 1-877-801-8255. Sean, stay there. You're coming up when we come back after this quick break.
You're listening to The Rick Howe Show, where Halifax comes to talk. News 90.
All right. Rick will be back in a moment. Give him a buzz. Great call, Brandon. Great call. Awesome. 15 more minutes. I don't want to get into the Kovu stuff too much, though. Jesus, that file keeps going. I keep files, like crazy on stuff. I was blowing up poor Steve's phone all night with articles and links and videos. Just on another related issue, or unrelated. And Newsick Radio, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Newsick, and everybody. It's the Discord, and I was so happy to hear that get mentioned. Awesome. No, there's no way I'm phoning Steve. No way. I don't like mentioning anything to do with myself. Not the way I was raised. Sit in the background is better. Someone on hold asked if they noticed Project Wide Awake. Yep. That is another issue we have to discuss, the Tyee article. And also at some point we got to get into a little bit more back into the Ortis, because the Ortis connections are far and wide. Problem is that these issues can't be addressed in a 2-minute soundbite, right? That's the problem. Well, if you want to give a shout out to the channel, if you want to say YouTube channel, that's fine. I wouldn't mind. Obviously, that's a suggestive thought. I don't think anybody knows that it's on YouTube. I don't think anybody knows who the hell we are. I'd call, but I'd drop pretty heavy bombs. Well, you can, if you're part of the Discord, you can send me a private message, or I'm also on Twitter.
1148 902 405 6000 or 1-877-801-8255. The numbers to call. Sean, good morning to you.
Good morning. I'm just waking up here and I'm just hearing the news. I have been my daughter was assaulted by him. I witnessed it.
Him being Dr. Gum you're talking about here, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm kind of getting away with myself. 27 years ago, my daughter was assaulted by him when she was 12 years old, and I witnessed it. I broke into the room as she was trying to scramble away from him, and he was shoving her down onto the chair with his hand in her mouth and a hand on her shoulder or her arm or whatever. And I told him to get the F off of her.
Why is it taking, again, we just found out today that the Provincial Dental Board has now suspended his license immediately and indefinitely. Why has it taken so long? Again, if you say this goes back over almost 30 years, we understand he's been a dentist for 40 years, and some of these allegations go way back then. What took so long for somebody to act and deal with this individual?
Honestly, I wrote to the dental board back then, in detail, explained exactly what I observed and saw, explained that he acted without consent, and they wrote back to me saying that they found him having done nothing wrong.
Wow. Well, obviously, again, your voice and the voices of many former patients and parents of former patients are now carrying some weight here, and Dr. Gom is in a bit of a serious pickle right now. Yeah,
I am so happy. I mean, this is just the beginning of our fight, clearly. But, I have a law degree from Dalhousie, and I'm not a lawyer or anything. But, I now have the skills to start fighting him.
Well, it may perhaps.
I'm
not sure if there's a class action that's been organized in regards to this case, but by the sounds of the number of people that are stepping forward with allegations, that might be something to check out as well.
That is what we're working towards, both the criminal charges and the class action suit. We're just we've only been organizing for the last 5-6 days. So, this is just in the very early stages, and I'm looking over different law firms and lawyers and trying to see if there's anyone that will, who would be best equipped to try and help us. So, if there's any law firms out there listening, I'm interested in hearing from you.
Well, Ray Wagner at Wagner's law firm in Halifax has a number of class actions that he's involved with. He might be someone you might want to just touch base with. Ray Wagner is his name.
I'm familiar with Wagner. I believe, according to someone that reached out to him, that they decided not to pursue this for one reason or another. I don't know, but I could be wrong. But it seems to me that name stood out when all over the board.
Do me a favor. I'm going to put you on hold. If you could give your phone number to Katie, I'd like to keep in touch with you in regards to, your effort here to bring justice about in regards to this case. So if you don't mind, Sean, I'll put you on hold. Katie will ask you for your phone number, and that'll just be between you, me, and her. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I appreciate the call. Thank you. And Katie, could you take Sean's number there? Appreciate that. Thanks. Let's go to Rick next here this morning. Hi, Rick.
Hey, good morning, Rick.
How you doing, sir?
Good. Kudos for having Paul on again. I can't thank you enough, certainly on behalf of some of the people that I hang out with in the Discord. Paul mentioned the Discord and Little Gray Cells. And if you can imagine what happens on the Discord, probably people don't even know, but imagine a group of people trying to drill down to the most minute details of a period of time of, say, 5 minutes in the timeline, and look at all of the things that happen, all of the contradictions, and come up with unanswered questions. One night, just on a whim, what are the unanswered questions? Somebody said, that was actually me, but with within an hour, there were over 100.
Wow.
So within that context, and there's also part of the Discord, there is a server that has, if not almost every single piece of information, photograph, video, warrant, articles, all of the news articles, most of them in their original condition, some of them in the original condition, and later the edited condition. So within that framework, that is what Paul is talking about. He would not have the time to do this kind of investigation, and basically we pass all that information on to him.
Yeah, well,
anyway, can't wait to have him on again.
Appreciate the call, Rick. Thanks very much. Let's go to Sean here. Another Sean. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning, Rick. How you doing?
I'm all right, sir. What's on your mind here this morning?
First, the doctor dentist guy, if he was in the Spryfield Medical Clinic about 35 to 25 years ago, 25 to 35 years ago, I may have been a patient of his, because the stories remind me of a bad dentist visit I had when I was a child.
I don't know how far back or where he was when he first started practicing. I just know he's been practicing dentistry in HRM for almost 40 years. And I know right now he's based out of Bedford right now.
And they can give me some information. I'll take a look for that later.
Yeah.
So yesterday, some people who listen know I've been trying hard to find a job, and I'm visually impaired. And my wife got a new job. She just graduated. Go her. She went to back to university and everything. And while she was at university, we were subsiding thanks to a subsidy for rent. And yesterday we just found out that because she's working now, our rent subsidy goes to 30% of her gross pay. So from her 100% of her gross pay, 40 goes to taxes, 30 goes to rent, and then 30 is left to pay for everything else. That's $700 a month to pay for rent, or $700 for rent, and then $700 for food, clothing, electricity, everything, like my medication, things like that.
Yeah.
And
doesn't give you a lot of wiggle room, does it?
Talking to any of the provincial parties, and they're saying, because I know the PCs and the Liberals are saying rent subsidies are the way to go. If you could mention that, if they could make it into gross and net, that'd be a big help, because we were told that if we wanted to have extra money, we have to go on to social assistance, because that would give us an extra $100 a month to live on. If we went to social assistance instead of my wife working at $18 an hour.
And you don't want to do that, do you?
We're trying to get out of the hole.
Yeah.
And we're just, so it's kind of, and it's just kind of not a good place right now.
It's a struggle, John. I know.
The cost of my life last night. I'm worth more than daycare, so I'm still here this morning.
Well, I know you're a stay-at-home dad and doing your part there, and I can only, sympathize with your situation. And, next time I get the premier or an opposition leader on, I'll ask him about increasing, help for renters like yourself. And but right now,
not increasing rent subsidies, because the rent subsidies are increased or not. It's going to change. It's not going to change the amount we pay. Just change it from a gross to a net. And that would at least allow more to be brought home for people to try to get out of the hole rather than being dragged back down.
All right. Well, we'll see what we can do next time we have a politician on, Sean. Appreciate that. Chris, I think final word of the hour is going to you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Rick. Thanks for taking my call.
Well, thanks for calling. I haven't heard from you for a while. What's going on?
No, I've been laying kind of low, just paying attention and little observing, less talking, more listening. What's happening is, you remember a couple of years ago, you and I had a few conversations about the Leahy report.
Mm-hmm.
And here it is 2 years later, and the thing is probably Mr. McNeil's probably using it to prop open his door. They've just totally ignored it, and if anything, they've ramped up their efforts to get rid of our hardwoods in this province. And I understand there's a lot right now to captivate people's focus, with the pandemic and everything else that's been going on. Everybody seems fixated with Donald Trump, and I understand the attention's there, but the people of Nova Scotia should and need to be absolutely outraged at what's going on right now.
Yep.
And we got a bunch of people down towards Tobiatic that have been camped out there for over a month now, trying to keep that land from getting clear cut, because it is the habitat of an endangered species.
The moose, the mainland moose. Yep.
the mainland moose, and they have given, of all people, and here's where it gets really cryptic. You remember back in Boat Harbor and Northern Pulp, and everybody applauded the McNeil government standing their ground and shutting that place down. But if you look in behind what was going on, I think there's some crypty under the table dealings there too, because the land that was allocated for clear cutting for Northern Pulp, once they shut them down, lo and behold, who got the Crown land to clear cut now? None other than our good buddy J.D. Irving.
Yep.
And I'll tell you something right now. If you think Northern Pulp and Paper Excellence was bad to deal with, J.D. Irving is the great Satan as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the environment. They have absolutely no regard. And if it's not stopped and not stopped soon, we're heading for an ecological disaster of biblical portions. I don't think I'm blowing it out of proportion.
We've had conversations with Bob Bancroft, for example, and others, Ray Plord and other environmentalists who share, just what you're saying, Chris, that clear cutting is out of control here. The Leahy report that, again, 2 years ago recommended dramatic reduction in the scale of clear cutting that's been basically ignored. And thankfully, we've got individuals like that group that's down there in Digby County that's trying to prevent the forestry crews from getting in and cutting down old growth forest and such. So all we can do, Chris, is continue to pound away and sound public alarms about the state of our forests, and hopefully one day we'll get a government that'll listen to us.
Rick,
and I've only got 30 seconds. Now, Chris, I got about 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Okay. The real part that's very disheartening right now is that Mr. McNeil prorogued his goddamn legislature until February, when he doesn't have to deal with it anymore.
Yep.
So from now till February, we have no forum. There's no accountability right now whatsoever. So people of Nova Scotia got to rise up, and they got to hold their feet to the fire and say, we want our province back. We don't want to sell it off for money.
Well said.
That's my thought.
Appreciate that, Chris.
Care,
good to hear from you. Take care as well. All right, a minute now before 12 noon. Thanks to everyone that took part in another great open hour. Thank you. And we'll do it again tomorrow. It'll be Friday and the end of the week and the Friday free-for-all, when once more we'll open up those phone lines to hear what you've got to say about the issues that are important to you. But right now we're going to break for a news update, then we're into the news.
Okay. That's funny. New sick radio. That's one of my alt. I don't even know why they let me start another. Which no, don't say anything. Shh. I have another Twitter account. I'm not supposed to have any. I like how they knew. Google knows right away. Oh, Rick Howe, they're suggesting. Nobody's watching anything, right? Actually, then we could that could lead into the Tyee. So big thanks again to everybody. Huge. The server is closed. It has been closed for some time because, there was some problems. I had to kick somebody out the other day, and I really didn't want to. I felt really bad about it, but I can't have people threatening other people on there. And so, anyways, if anybody noticed that one person was gone, that would be why. I got multiple screenshots from multiple people threatening other people. Not cool. Now, seems like a distraction technique. Yeah, quiet. Shh. No, but if you do want to reach me on my real Twitter account, it's Little Gray Cells, I think. Lil, L-I-L, because some bastard stole it. Now, on another note, so, okay, we're now up to 2 hours. Of course, the streams I always do are very lengthy. I really would implore people to help spreading the word. As you can tell, I'm really not comfortable with accepting any kind of praise or any of that kind of stuff. That's not what it's about, but the message needs to get out. And YouTube is really, really screwing with this channel a lot. I'm actually losing subscribers all the time, which is not logical, given the fact that Paul referred to, there is this article here, which came out the other day. Now, I'm going to refrain from commenting on certain aspects, but Nova Scotia mass shooting stirs more RCMP contradictions. The version of events leading up to the killing spree offered by the gunman's common law partner has also been brought into question by Enzo de Matteo in Now magazine out of Toronto. I can put the link down. Sorry. Select all. Copy. Paste. There we go. Nova Scotia mass shooter Gabriel Wortman may have been planning the deadliest killing spree in Canadian history as much as a year before he went on the murderous rampage. Okay, I think we know probably that's not true. According to the search warrant document, this is what I'm saying, like, this is, whatever they're putting out is not the truth. We all know that, right? So using their stuff is a problem. Released by a Nova Scotia judge, to which she's currently up on judicial review for her decisions. And we'll touch on the warrant. I'll have to do a separate show on that at some point. On Monday, Wortman was purchasing equipment to outfit the look-alike RCMP cruiser used in Nova Scotia's shooting spree by Government of Canada, surplus outlet, and U.S. online auctions starting in spring 2019. Now, there is, going to obviously be grains of truth. I'm not totally shooting everything down. I'm just, I question this because I did a show about when this was all going down right at the beginning, how the availability of gear is not as prevalent as the RCMP are making it out to be. And maybe another individual, unnamed, those of you who are following the story closely will know who I'm referring to. A witness interviewed by the RCMP in court documents suggests high-powered guns used by Wortman in the shooting spree may have been acquired at gun shows in the U.S. Okay. Again, take it for what it's worth. According to this witness, he met Wortman on numerous occasions at gun shows south of the border where Wortman was a frequent visitor. The document reveals Wortman drove to the U.S. at least once a month. This is true. At least that I've been able to validate. So the witness said that Wortman, quote, did a lot of shooting in Haynesville, Maine area. The document also contains a long list of items. It does contain a very long list purchased through RBC, PayPal, and CIBC accounts in Wortman's name between March 20 and November 2019. That is their justification. Right there, yeah. As soon as I saw the list, I'm like, well, you don't have any receipts, and you're not saying where they're bought from. They don't even say that. There's kind of the suggestion that it's eBay, but they just list how it's paid. Great. That would be right up there with the FinTrack spy, CSIS, Jessica Davis. Sorry about you. I'm sure you probably make my life hell, but that's fine. Frankly, I don't care. Can't really do anything. Now, moving along, among the items purchased were a, quote, ram bar for the front bumper, RCMP knockoffs, bars for the rear window, which I believe somebody brought up earlier. I think it was Todd. I'm not sure. But that's right on point. Absolutely right on point. The bars in the rear window, of course, let's see if I can find a picture. For those of you who are new to the show, there's lots of stuff in the, tons of stuff in the old shows. But I understand that They're hours and hours long. And massive shout out. I'm glad that Julie's server got a shout out there. Nobody shouted out. What am I looking here for? Oh, goodness. I've got a few messages here. Nobody shouted out Mark Rod's server, but hopefully that will come. Now, we'll look for the pictures of the bars in the window. What was that? Shooby. Somewhere here is the Shooby photos. Shooby. You know, I could just go over to Julie's server because I think she's got everything. Probably more. Well, I know she does. We should get coordinated here at some point. Let's see here. There we go. Awesome job also to the person that pointed out that there were professional photographers being used. I don't know if that's somebody who listens to the show, but they're absolutely 100% right. John Morris was one of these photographers. There were 4 that I'm aware of. There would have been a couple more, but 3 major ones. That would have been one from Palagonia. I forget his name. Likes police officers a lot, does a lot of stories. Here in this photo, you can see that there's no rear windows or rear bars. Remember how we were having that discussion a long time ago also? The rear bars are missing here. Yet he orders them. So if he doesn't have the push bar, and this would be his car, right? The one where the people are standing around. That's their claim. Their claim is that this is the quote-unquote Wortman car, right? There's no push bar that is visible. Of course, those angles are all conveniently missing, and also there's no push bars, which leads me into another component to the story. Now, I am aware of 3 witnesses off the top of my head. I was scrubbing through them the other day, and these 3 witnesses down in Shoe. So I don't want to call anybody out or anything, but I noticed a similarity between the 3. So we had the man in the red jacket, Mr. I don't think it's narrowing it down terribly, Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher also was in the warrants. I believe he was the man on in the warrants, that the same man that spoke on CTV Atlantic, to which interview did not air, to the best of my knowledge, outside of CTV Atlantic. They kind of kept the lid on that one. And it was very short, very clipped. He said that what he heard was, and it equally follows the same thing in the warrants, he heard what he thought were gunshots. It's very important to hear that he didn't see them. He heard them, and he thought it was his siding on his house. And he went to the window, and then he saw somebody wearing a vest running around, and then a car on fire with the SUV, with the SUV. Then he turned his back. This is important. He turned his back and then went and phoned 911. Actually, I was looking at an article this morning, and it's very interesting because they're using the same individual, and they're quoting him. They have ellipses, 3 dots, ... meaning that there's something cut out of that sentence, right? And that was where there's meat and potatoes. But he turned his back and phoned 911. By the time that he got back, the SUV was gone, the cars were on fire, and there we are. And now ERT is coming up. if you think about this, there's going to be quite a bit of time that passes in between that. Number one. Number two, his back is turned. Let's move on to the next one, okay? The next one would be an individual who took some photographs down there, which have been seen, the white truck photo, the infamous white truck photo. So in those photos, which the numbers don't correlate on the files, which is interesting to note, aside from that fact, you have the white truck photo, you have the picture of the assailant, in this case, the only picture that we know. No cars are on fire, once again, and the SUV on scene. Next photo, we're into cars on fire or no SUV. Noticing something missing in there? Person number 3 was a person who took some photographs down from a different angle. Video? Remember we put that out right at the beginning there? Somebody kindly contacted me and furnished me with that. And so that had the SUV on the scene, 2 cars not on fire, no assailant visible. Next photo is ERT on scene and the video of ERT on scene horn honking. Notice something's missing in there? They were standing in the same position. They didn't move. Okay, now I'm not pointing fingers, but that 3 for 3, 100% that everything is missing from these 3 people. So is this sanitized? My opinion, yes. The photographs that were in between, which there would have been a chunk of time. There would have been possibly 2 homicides. There would have been obviously the body being drugged and put in the back of one of the police cars, Mr. Weber's body, and to which they towed. Horrendous. I'm just going to chalk that one up to ineptitude. Most of this I absolutely do not. It is very intentional, their actions. Very intentional. But they did take her car, of course, to the medical examiner when she didn't die in the car. So, which you never do, right? It would have gone to the forensics lab, but they had a big, long parade, and right? So, the 3 people that I'm aware of down there all had their stuff gone through and are missing stuff, is my opinion. My opinion. Likewise, the photos, and that person mentioned how the professional photographers had gone around and made the rounds. You had the professional photographer for Morrison's homecoming. Very odd. You had a professional photographer for the parade. You had a professional photographer who was running all around Nova Scotia. John Morris from PEI. Excuse me, with one photo that was very clipped of the SUV, and it managed to come out later, the larger version of it. And that website is highly suspicious to me. Highly suspicious. Let's just put it that way. And, call me tinfoily, but I see these things, and I've seen them before. So, and then we had the Haligonia reporter who equally got to go and do a lot of rounds. And we had the other reporter who was actually called out before all of this happened and said that he was staging photos with the RCMP before April 19th, that he was very good friends with RCMP and that he was staging photos. Is this stuff true? I don't know, but I believe I know who one of those people are, and I've received information from them before. Very carefully done, very well-crafted, edited video, which I've never shown publicly because, and perhaps I should, but it's a horrendous video that tries to tie together the escape route, and the person didn't drive it, but they edited the video. They went down to the end. They drove down to the end of Caboquid, and then you see them driving at the with the. How am I trying to phrase that? My thoughts are kind of disjointed, but it looks as though they're driving the entire route. This is not, in fact, true. You can tell by watching the video. What happens is they drive down to the end of Caboquid Road. They then walk the road with a rear-facing helmet cam or on their backpack or something. They speed up the video to make it appear as though they're driving, but you can tell there's no puddle disturbances, there's no tracks in the mud, there's no anything. And then back on the other side, they're driving once again. But you can tell because they're literally turning. The camera turns because they're talking to somebody. But they sped it up and pieced it all together to make it look like I just drove the whole way. And I'm like, no, you didn't. So that was one point I wanted to talk about. The moving timeline, of course, we have that now. This person has appeared before, Lori George, right at the beginning, and they were saying that there were a lot of, what did they say? I went through their stuff yesterday, quite a bit of their stuff, but I go through mountains of things. They were early on, and they were talking in some articles. So there, if you go back early on, you can find witnesses. Bastard. What in the fuck? Where have you been? I was talking about you the other day. I'm like, this guy, where the fuck is he? Sorry, I'm playing catch up. Anybody pick up the whispers around the 1050 mark? I'm not sure what. The whisper at the 1050 mark of what? Could you be more specific? Sorry, Lynn, if I've missed that. I'm very bad at looking at messages. Bastard. So the timelines moved. But the timelines moved just enough to say, oh, yeah, right after they got there, then that was when he left. No. Logic. All of this is logical puzzles. Gray cells. Logic puzzles. How long does it take to drive around many loops in, that was probably, well, there were a few tidbits out of the 13 hours. Mostly vomit, propaganda, and very well done with music and talking about wheat fields in Alberta and shit. I don't really care about Sarah Ritchie, where she's from. That's not the point. We don't talk about that. We talk about what's the facts. That's what reporting is. Not to be offensive on Ms. Ritchie, but that's my opinion. Because once everything is said and done, then you can talk about where you're from and all that good stuff. But I don't want to know about music. I don't want to know how the Bay of Fundy has red sand. That's called propaganda. That's called psychological warfare, white psychological warfare. But in fact, I think it actually borders into gray psychological warfare. Those of you who are familiar with that. Now, let's continue on with this article. My apologies. I digress all the time. You guys know that, and I appreciate your patience. Before we continue, sorry. One more thing. Somebody was saying that I'm Columbo, who's been very helpful in all this. Green Bastard's been very helpful. I've missed him. But it wasn't Green Bastard that said that. Somebody called me Columbo. And I understand that. It's the one more thing. Just one more thing. But I'm like, no. Columbo, nobody's got anything on Poirot. Nobody's got anything on Agatha Christie. You can't fuck with Agatha Christie. That's why I love Poirot. Now, the one more thing that I was going to mention is, please, yeah, like I said, please help spread the message. I have noticed that there are, yeah, I'm not going to say anything actually because I don't want to point fingers. There are places that you can promote this message, right? As in the YouTube channel, because this is a group effort. It's just one bozo in Calgary, but it's, the 380 people walking hand in hand with me, right? So it's just, I'm just a face, that's all. But maybe I spent a little bit more time. But we need to get the message out. So if you have Facebooks or the Tweeties or whatever, just go and drop links. Go and drop links or rebroadcast it or download. I don't like to ask for thumbs up, but I mean, if that pushes it, because the problem is, it's Nova Scotia phone ringing. The problem is that we're losing subs over here. And the RCMP is clearly fucking with this channel. Clearly. And I was told by somebody within the RCMP, very not good over here. They don't like it. So please help me to help ourselves. That's literally what we're doing. We're helping ourselves. So if you can help me, and I am terrible. I will not do that. I'm not a self-promotion guy because I think it's abhorrent to do that, but I do need your help, right? So thank you very much to those of you who mentioned the channel thing on Rick Howe and the Discord. Yay, win. That it'll help. It'll help. I know that they don't want to really talk to me by and large, but they know who I am. Now, moving along. A prisoner transport partition, a siren, this is back to the items he purchased, lights and radar equipment, and to monitor police traffic. The document says that Wortman was also in email communication with Peter Griffin at the time. He's the employee at the printing shop, Adrian Lively's printing shop, right? Sid Cell Signs, in Dartmouth, where Wortman planned to buy RCMP decals to outfit his vehicles. And Adrian, of course, is up on charges right now for hit and run, amongst a host of other things. And what's that about? It has already been revealed that Griffin was on probation at the time. Very convenient timing when that warrant got dropped. Question marks around that. Distraction technique, maybe, because that was when, or the probation documents, because that was right when the warrant got dropped, I believe. Griffin, who had been serving a 5-year sentence on cocaine trafficking and firearms charges, performed odd jobs around Portapiqu's properties. He has been recently returned to jail, presumably for violating the terms of his probation. To the best of my knowledge, Griffin has a very serious drug problem, and people use people who have drug problems. I don't think he's a mastermind criminal. Let's put it that way. Yeah. But he's a good scapegoat. Versions and shiny things. Version of common law partner question. Meanwhile, contradictions surrounding the case, adding to speculation about the RCMP actions as events were unfolding. Those questions include how Wortman was able to elude the police dragnet, where there was one road out of town in Portapique. One road. That's like, seriously, I think that's the second video. No, it's the first video. Adrian, myself, and Tara. First video. There's only one way out of this place. Was that April 1920? April 20? One road out of town of Portapique, which is not a town. This is a misnomer. I noticed that Richie was also calling it a town. It's a community where the shooting spree began around 10 p.m. April 18th. I suppose not important to pick on fine details, but I just noticed them. More recently, Global News revealed that Wortman was in the Portapique area, the scene of the first killings, for some 20 minutes after police arrived. Police said earlier that Wortman had escaped about 9 minutes after they arrived. They speculate that he made his getaway driving the cruiser through a field. Remember, I said that whoever saw that, how the fuck could you tell in the middle of a new moon with no street lights, shit going down far away? Any of you who live in the country know this or have knowledge of the country. I have a ranch. There's no way you're going to be able to tell what vehicle it is. Yeah. You know what? I saw a set of headlights and it had to be a police car. 11:35. No attributed witness, of course. What was his quote? It was very convenient how he said it. Through subsequent investigation, we have come to learn that the gunman may have escaped through a field at 10:35. That sounds like a whole bunch of bullshit. May. Subsequent investigation. No witness name. Sounds like unnamed sources. So now we can put this one to bed. He clearly, as was argued, I believe the whole entire time, nobody's ever supported this business that he got out at 10:35 or whatever the hell they said, 10:32. Bullshit. So that can just go away immediately. The version of events leading up to killing spree offered by Wortman's common law partner has also been brought into question. The earlier version offered by the RCMP and court documents suggests, language is important, that she was tied up after an argument with Wortman and escaped into nearby woods as Wortman doused his cottage with gasoline and set it on fire. She reportedly emerged at daybreak the next morning at the home of neighbor Leon Jowdry. Jowdry has since stated publicly she was, quote, worked up and hysterical a bit, end quote, but that it didn't look like she had spent the night in the woods. He says that she arrived at the door shoeless and dressed in, quote, black spandex, but not showing any obvious signs that you would expect for someone who spent the night in hiding in dense brush in the area. Quote, she may have been somewhere, but she wasn't in the woods all night from what I saw, end quote, Jowdry said in a recent interview. Now, this was nice. Thank you for those of you who sent this on to me, because that was the interview here on the channel. So, frankly, there should be not people leaving, I would think, but no, that doesn't really happen. See, I never give myself a thumbs up. Now, excellent. What did they leave out, though? What did they leave out? They left out the fact that she was, to Leon's knowledge, by his observations, it had not been harmed physically in any way. And she's jumping around. So if she's my argument is that it's not 10:35. It's not 10:35. And the gravel road, I can show the video. It's not gravel. But it doesn't matter. My argument was to do with always that I said there's no way he could get out of there, do all of this stuff by 10:35. That is sheer baloney. Try it. Try and do the things that he does and get it accomplished in 26 minutes. No, not happening. Not happening. That's why I'm saying this business about the field is in the toilet. Don't be talking the field ever again in terms of what time he left. So their witness, they lied about the witness, right? Suggesting. They didn't say that it was for sure an RCMP vehicle. This is why they use very couched languaging. So now they can say, well, you know, we didn't say it was him. We just said that it was a car, but we suggested that it was him. We believe the gunman escaped through the field. Bullshit. Now you know it's absolute bullshit. Thanks to Lori George. Yeah, it is the same sense. I know you and I have a bit of a debate on this, but you can't agree. The time now is absolutely gone. So whatever vehicle was driving through that quote field that some unquote named person saw, I think, which was invented, as I believe I claimed many times, to help the RCMP, now their statement is garbage. Lie. Thanks for coming, RCMP. Yes, and you know what? There was a statement when I was digging through some earlier stuff, because there were 2 roadblocks that were set up, and there was a RCMP now believe that the gunman, this is very early on, happened to drive through undetected, was the wording in the article. Of course. Your number enemy 1? Why? You're not enemy number 1. No, I'm just going after the I'm just saying that the statement that they said was not true. Again, keep filing this away. Credibility. How much do the people have credibility? So if a person keeps repeatedly lying to you, then you don't trust them with money. You don't believe what they say. You can look at it. You can say that's what they do in a court of law. That's what a lawyer does. I would just look at it and I'd be like, okay, you lie. So perhaps everything now that you say is in question. Not perhaps, it is. It is. I have to be suspicious of absolutely everything the RCMP says. Every fine detail and cut it apart. According to witness, Wortman left on numerous occasions at gun shows. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Skipping ahead. So that was very nice to get some acknowledgement. Hopefully that does bring some traffic. By the way, anybody who is interested in joining the Discord, there's going to be a more thorough way of doing that, but you can message me on the Twitter. Theories, or leave me a message below. Theories floated by anonymous police sources. You see? This is, and again, this is another thing I was saying. You can't trust anonymous police sources. The articles with all these people who are close to the investigation, doesn't wish to be named, fuck right off. You're 0. If you don't have a face, I have a face. You guys all know where I live. You guys know some of my history anyway, right? I'm not ashamed to say what I am or who I am. No, because that's the way that truthful people operate. They want to spin a narrative. They did spin a narrative. It happens to work really well in their favor. Please sense the strong deluge of sarcasm there, facetious tone. Whoa. It really works in their favor. They're writing the story as they go. These people are abhorrent. Hiding salamis over there. Anonymous sources. On that front, a number of theories have been floated by anonymous police sources. Well, they're the police. You don't think they don't need to be anonymous, do they? Oh yeah, they do. because if you say anything in the RCMP, you're fucked. So they've actually used that one too. Because anybody who has said anything, they get really spanked fast by the RCMP, as in, you're gone. Or we'll throw you into PTSD and literally give you PTSD and even charge some of these people, frame them. It's outrageous behavior. Don't believe me? I got the cases all documented. I got lots of them. And you know, there are people out there who do that for, that's what they do. They're RCMP people, and they speak out against what happens to former RCMP members. And they go through hell doing it. To different media outlets. Oh, how convenient. These same ones that don't want to say anything, like Paul was saying, right? Okay. I don't know. Probably not big enough for people. I hate when I'm doing videos or watching videos and you can't see what the person's doing. Most of those begin with Wortman and his common law partner. Common law. There's a neighbor, important witness, common law that doesn't live with him. Oh my God, have you got the story straight yet? Who's never there? Never there. At a get-together with friends. An argument breaks out, and the two things have unraveled from there. Get together with friends. Nope, I haven't seen anything supporting that. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut her down. But it's difficult to know for sure, since provincial and federal Crown prosecutors have been keeping a tight lid on the release of information relating to the case, which is your information. You own it. You own this police department. You own this government. I know I sound like a broken record, but seriously, you do. Those papers, it is written into law. Anything that goes through the court system is your property. You, taxpayer, you own it. None of these fucking FOIAs and ATIPs and all this other bullshit that they put you through so they don't have to tell you. Why do they not want to tell you? Because they're not telling you the truth. They're hiding shit from you. What is this? You RIP? Get going? Ailing? Oh, you're ailing? Aw. He stays up late. This guy never sleeps, I'll tell you. Never sleeps. We'll talk soon, my friend. You can fight with me some more about the fucking field. But it's difficult to know for sure. Okay, so at a number of media organizations led by the CBC has been locked in months-long legal battle to have some 22 search warrants. See, some we don't even know, right? Executed by the RCMP to be released to the public. Again, I would say take note of when the warrants are sworn out and when they're released and the new information that seems to come out. Oh, by the way, you know, she was wearing the coat, but she just threw it away. Might be answering some arguments. There's something to do with hubcaps in this one. For so far, 7 of the 22, so we're missing 15. So, you know, at this rate, 6 months, 7, will probably be, you know, midway next year, possibly, that they'll have them released. But all of them have been heavily redacted, as you will see. I will actually just show you an example of what I'm talking about, because they've turned it up a notch. Remember how we were commenting about this Sharpie, you know, this fucking tool that you paid for that they seem to burn through? I'd like that money to go into kids' education. Also like you to quit fucking playing with the banking system get that one squared away, but that's for another day. Anyway, let's have a look at, I'll just show you here. I don't know, people will be angry. I will get it out, I promise. The warrant. Now, let's just take, we'll just start at the beginning. How's that? Does that sound fair? We'll just have a look. I want you to look at this, like just the look of what's on the paper, what you see, okay? Not the words, just the look. Okay? Looking kind of, you got some black. Okay. The regular mumbo jumbo. Okay, introduction. Okay. Noticing something here? Moving along. You get the gist. You get the gist, don't you? I'm glad they're not spending any more money on these. What they're doing now is they just give you white. You know why they do that? It's psychological warfare. Because you look at a white page, it actually doesn't look so bad in your mind's eye as if you look at blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks, pages and pages and pages in a row of black. And I'll tell you, there are, I haven't counted actually the number of pages. I think at one point I did, just because I snapped, that were white. 13 in a row was, and then I quit counting. 13? You don't have anything in these. They'll even go as far to white out. Like they'll have a page and there'll be one footnote, and then below that, and nothing really above it. There may have been one sentence or something, and they'll have it footnoted, and the other footnote is clearly missing because it'll be blank and then footnote. Really? Yeah, exactly. Live life. What kind of transparency is this? I'm going to, amongst my seriously 7,000 projects on the go all the time, and I never seem to get any of them done, sadly, even though I spend all day doing this crap every day, is I want to take each of these and put the portions of black back in so that people see it for its true horror, because it is disgusting what they just are hiding here. Unbelievable. There is no reason. They are once again, like they did in the last warrant, redacted victims' names. Hello? We all know the names. It's not a secret. In fact, do you want people to forget about the victims? Maybe you do. I don't want to. I'm not going to. You're not going to. And I'm sick and tired of paying for it. Fuck off. Seriously, you know, I've gotten tame in my old age. I really have. But don't handle people fucking with me very well. I really don't. And I'm not a keyboard warrior. I really don't deal with it well. And nor should anybody. We're paying money for this. We're paying money. You work minutes of your day every day to pay for this kind of shit. You can literally calculate it. You can literally calculate it. Look at this crap. Look at it. Just remember, this white space is actually black. Absolutely. They were doing it in the last warrants. They had decided to publicly release information and then backstepped and said, well, any of the stuff that we publicly released before is now redacted again. Excuse me? What fuck are you talking about? It's public property. In fact, I think it is in fact. And I do understand the law a little bit. I do believe that is illegal. Illegal. Not using hyperbole. It is against the law to do what she's doing. And this is Halfpenny Macquarie. Anybody feel like sending her a tweet? Go ahead. Obviously, nothing threatening because she's a justice, but I think she should be called out. And she is currently up on judicial review right now. Mr. Bégin got out of there, and in came her. Mr. Bégin's story is, I think, an interesting one. Very interesting. But she is very pro RCMP. Even the fact of what they're talking on about their judicial review, she's deciding that. She's deciding her own decisions if she made a bad decision. Can we not see this is like shit? Thank you for Paul mentioning that. Yay, good. You know, Paul mentioned lots of great stuff. The shit is the shit. That little clip I made of Sharon, of the intro to Sharon, that some of it's in here, it shows what shit was, and that was months ago. Who are these people? They're all ex-RCMP. Michael Cashillon, funnily enough, I believe may in fact be tied into this case. Again, I don't want to go on the record saying things without absolute certainty, but if this goes down a certain alley, he 100% is. These people are not independent. Independent is about as transparent, meaning opaque, see-through as this page. It's not. You don't see my wall, do you? No. Because up is down and down is up. When they say something, they're lying to you. All the way. All the way. Who's supporting? Lisa? Lisa's story is much bigger. And again, Paul mentioned, so I feel good about talking about it now. Paul mentioned the fact that she was questioned under caution. What does that mean legally? What does that mean? Do you know who gets read that kind of stuff? Yeah, right on. You got it. Do you know, this is essentially our Miranda rights. You don't read Miranda rights to a victim, do you? Do you know how many other people have been Mirandized in this story? Possibly one. But we know that there are people who have been breaking the law, even according to the RCMP. What they have disclosed is that there's one. Oh, go ahead, write your next fucking warrant. That's what they do. This new warrant, do you know when it was sworn out? Very interesting how they like to do this shit. It's fucking abominable what these people do. And I apologize for my language. I know that I really should clean that up at some point. But it's so infuriating. It's so infuriating to see exactly what for like, because I know people get bits and pieces, and I'm not meaning that in an insulting way at all. Like, there's just so much to go through, right? Plus, you also have to have the understanding of how the system works. And it works against you. It's working against all of us, like big time. Not, a little mistake here and there. These people are actively, they are your enemy. 100%. Sadly. At the top there, for sure. 16th day of June. They swear out the warrants months and months afterwards, because what they do is they watch shit like this, and then somehow a warrant gets sworn out. Keep challenging them. Watch it. It will keep falling, just like the timeline does. Excuse me. Just like the timeline keeps moving back. I have multiple people who live there. It's not 1050 or wherever the fuck they are today. Go hours. Clinton wasn't telling the bullshit when he said it at the beginning. He wasn't. And he's one of those. I don't speak to him. Lots of these people just simply do not speak. But if there is enough, more people will come forward. And there's lots of other things going on, I believe. There's fear for lots of reasons. But people do not need to be afraid. If you live in fear, the bully will always dominate you. Let's go back to the article. My apologies. If she is complacent in any illegal activities with Gabe, she might get that caution as well. Absolutely. Legally, this is a big thing. You can do this. How about this? Here's another clue. Okay, she got interviewed on the 19th, right? I believe I know who her lawyer was at that time. Anyway, now, here is the other person. They use like interesting language. Here's the other person who was warned. Something you guys can chew on. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments below, as always. I try and get to them. I'm not the best. I'm just really, I'm all over the place. But a warrant statement. Okay. So here's another clue. Here's another person. And told him, Sergeant Vardy. Anybody know who Sergeant Vardy is? Sergeant Vardy also talked to Lisa again. Vardy. And let's find him first in the other. Find. Is there only the one appearance in this one? Okay. So it's in an earlier warrant, I believe. Sergeant Vardy speaks to Lisa 20-something. I think it's about 9 days later. So Staff Sergeant Vardy. RCMP. Let's find his warrant. His LinkedIn. Okay, this is Staff Sergeant Vardy. Not meaning to dox you, sir. Just letting people know the truth here. Okay. This is Staff Sergeant Vardy. Staff Sergeant Vardy in truth verification, RCMP. You know what that is, right? Vice President, Canadian Polygraphs. He's been doing polygraphs, lie detector tests for 13 years now. You have people questioning victims with lie detectors? Do you? And Mirandized, essentially, the Canadian version of Mirandized, cautioned, warned, statements given under caution, with lawyers present. You seeing a picture here? Because it's most certainly there. This is why you never hear from her. This is why the families never heard from her, right? She's doing a lot of this, the covering, protecting, just like the RCMP. And the RCMP and her, funnily enough, have the same goal. Save their ass. Threatening? I'm threatening. Are you saying that I'm threatening somebody? I'm not threatening anybody. I don't advocate violence. I do have a bit of a potty mouth, but okay, let's go back to the okay. Yeah, no, I'm not advocating violence. Please do not do that, because that is very counterproductive. You want to send messages to individuals like Jessica Davis or whatever, or Halfpenny Macquarie. You have to do so in a respectful way, but you can point out what they're doing so that others may know. We used to have this principle in society. You did something wrong, you had to come to account for it, and other people knew, and they threw tomatoes at you for a long time until you got your shit together. That seems to have gone by the wayside now. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're a white shirt at the top there, they just move you over to a different department. You just go and rip off underlings' money all the time. These people are disgusting. Lie in Parliament, have been convicted of it. Lie to the commissioner. This was one of the latest ones. They were lying to the commissioner on privacy. Remember the Project Wide Awake that I spoke about? That's come up again. And I said how fucking dangerous, how much they're watching you. And Seamus, you're just wearing tinfoil. No. I know I'm going all over the place again. Project Wide Awake. I'm trying to stop doing that. The Tyee article. Babylon X. Babel X. Know where that comes from. Okay, RCMP. It's back in the news again. You have zero privacy. Internal RCMP presentation, zero privacy. And I mean, they laugh at people. I'll leave the article. There's some other stuff I have to share with you on that, but I'll just leave that for your perusal at your discretion. But I assure you, this is a very, very serious problem. And it applies to you, to your children, to anybody who does anything connected to the internet. That's your TV, that's your car, that's, obviously this shit. I was trying to explain to my girlfriend about her son, because her son wants to get a cell phone. And I'm like, I was reading through, here's an example. He wanted to get Snapchat as one of his apps. And Snapchat, oh yay, Snapchat. We delete your videos and pictures after 10 seconds. Of course, one only needs to use their mind a little bit here for what kind of things you're going to send that you want deleted. I'm not really too slow in that department. Anyway, moving along. Okay, so you want that app? Well, they delete everything, and I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind. Read the user agreement. Right at the bottom of it, it says, what does it say? We cannot guarantee that things stored on our servers will be deleted. The user sends pictures and videos at their own risk. Hello? Of course. Anything you do, it was the lesson also taught to me by, I don't know who taught it to me, my granddad, my grandma, whatever, all lawyers. Never put anything down on a piece of paper. This is old days. Never put anything down on a piece of paper that you can't live with. You have to, if you put it down on a piece of paper, it will come back anytime. The internet is like that on crack because of all of the literally hundreds of thousands of people who data mine. There's somebody in this story, okay, as in this community whose spouse is employed in data mining. That's what they do. That's all their job is. There's upwards of 400,000 that I'm aware of, at least in North America. So if you think that this stuff isn't fucking serious, seriously. Am I not posting the truth? This is truthful. This was based on FOIA requests, ATIP requests. And this was communication, but one high-level officer, of course. We got the unnamed sources, but whatever. It was via ATIP, Access to Information Program, to which people should be filing ATIPs, particularly family members, out the ass on the RCMP. Like, even though they will be waiting forever, it will just show them the utter displeasure. Just keep filing them. People can file them too. You and me, everybody can file ATIPs. I'm looking at some right now. And the process initially isn't very expensive or whatever. I mean, of course, you go on their fucking files, but whatever. Here. Like, I mean, would anybody actually seriously think this? That your private friends list is private? Hello? No, the RCMP does that. Oh, is it Snapchat? I'm thinking of what is the other one? Isn't it facial recognition? They do all of them. They do all of this garbage. Facebook, please send us your nudes so that we can remove them off the internet. That was literally an article. I have it in my one of my files. Please send us your nudes. No, actually, I won't send you my nudes. I know that there's probably something out there. No, actually, I don't think there is. But, you know, this kind of stuff. Purchase software with the aim to search the darknet. Include private conversation. They're banking all this stuff. And then they turned around. FaceTime, TikTok. They're all of them. Even with these innocuous names like FaceTime, TikToks. No, just ass robbing everything from you. But we'll get into that. All social media is lifelog data mining for Big Brother and corporate cronies. Absolutely. 100%. Well, you left face crook. Anything that you had on there is... But, thank goodness, because anything that you put on the internet post then still goes, but, they have all that information and it never goes away. They just keep cycling it around. And don't think that this is for advertisement. How many people are clicking on these fucking click rolls ads? Nobody clicks on them. Perhaps because there's 40 people in there right now. 40 people, thank you for joining me. You can put down here if anybody has bought something, clicking on an ad that rolls over on the side. There's not going to be very many, but these companies are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Well, they like people to stay in contact. Oh, no. How much underwear the RCMP wastes? Yeah, and then they cut their staff, and then they actually have a backlog. They intentionally set up a backlog so then they don't have to answer them. It's disgusting how they act. You don't use them? Very good. Very wise. Wise. When we get smart, when this all boils down, I have to use this shit to try to help get the message out, right? I consciously obviously made that decision a long time ago. But I was using burner phones since forever, right? Maybe. Yeah. Anyway, so I have to use it. Otherwise, I wouldn't use any of this crap. I'm more than happy to go out to my ranch and be not connected at all. I'm fine with no power. It's all okay. People will throw this shit away. We will throw all of our tech away when we really get the true image. And I know I don't have it. And I've studied it for years. This stuff is really bad because they use it to psychologically manipulate people. That's the big purpose behind it all. Oh, they'll put up with that. Don't worry. You can get them all fired up about that. Who was the former senior VP of Facebook? Oh yeah, we know people are killing themselves. Literally, we would do experiments on that kind of shit. None of them have it. None of their kids have this kind of stuff. They're not connected. They don't want to be. Why? Because it's really great with sharing pictures with families across fucking the water. I'll miss all of the friends that I made along the way. But honestly, we'll be so better off. Moving along. So they don't have any search warrants. They just keep bleeding them out slow but sure. They have other stories that come along and cover up what they really want to don't want you to know in those warrants, right? So then this is why you get the late sworn out and only 7 of the 22, and they're even fighting about that. Now they're saying they're not even going to say anything more, the RCMP, to the families. They're not going to say anything. They're done. They're like, because right now the inquiry is underway. It isn't underway. Nothing's happened. They haven't even got a room. They haven't even bought their Sharpies yet. They haven't done anything. But this is their latest excuse. So because of that, we can't answer any of your questions. Sorry about that. We'll talk to you later. What? What are you talking about? Prosecutors overseeing the case argue a complete release of the information may compromise RCMP's investigation into what? A dead man? No, actually, even if it would let some gun guy get away, I'd be fine with that. Let him get away. You got 23 murders on your hand. That's a lot. You got a lot of answers to give, but there's more. Something much bigger. And they don't want you to know about that one. Yes, it says BC. Don't worry. It exists. Combined Special Forces, Nova Scotia. You know who else is Combined Forces Special Enforcement? Oh, Bergerman. Bergerman was the head of Combined Forces Special Enforcement Unit, Ontario. You know, the Mike lady who you never see? The Mike lady who you never see? Was the head of Nova Scotia, was the head of CFSEU, Ontario. Oh, and that would be right. Angela, the one who didn't want her resume made public, the Warrant lady. Oh, she was CFSEU. CFSEU, very secret. They have like their names and they just figure nobody reads them or whatever. And they have lots more than this garbage. This stuff is really like next level. But they can't even tie their own shoelaces. Seriously. But they want to think. Their ego is so out of control that they will try to be this intelligence unit. I heard Paulson getting interviewed, and God, that was I mean, if the RCMP had any sense about them, they would go and delete that interview. But he was getting interviewed, and he spoke about how the RCMP is a unit unlike any other in the world, and it is. There is nothing that parallels it. It is the CIA. It is the FBI. It is a paramilitary organization. It is a police force. It is the NSA. All of them together. And I'm not kidding. That's what it is. If you know what the RCMP is, that's absolutely what it is. I mean, they're part of the Five Eyes, for fuck's sakes. They're in serious trouble right now because of Ortis, Paulson's bum buddy, Ortis. I know that's rude, but he just gets a patronage appointment to the head of intelligence, but he just happens to sell all of the other Five Eyes secrets. Derp, your friend, your drinking buddy, your smoking buddy. You know, Cameron and Bob hanging out, doing their wonderful stuff. Oh, look at the article I brought up too. Isn't that so interesting? CFSEU, the first one I click on. Oh, who's in there? Hell's Angel member David James Bishop, and Jocelyn Ann Brophy, and Sarah Michelle Walker. These charges exemplify a correlation between outlaw motorcycle gangs and criminality. Listen, once you figure out how to tie your shoes, then we can visit. They're still in the doodling class, you know, with the black marker. That's what they're up to. Give me my underwear back. You're inept. Not only are you inept, you're corrupt. Not only are you corrupt, you're an evil organization to your own members, and you don't know who feeds you, which is me, which is you. You want to treat your own members like garbage? Then you don't deserve to have a job. Learn how to scrub toilets. Perhaps you can get employed doing that. Oh yeah, no, I've spoken of Ortis before. I did a bunch of stuff. I will get into, like, I've got mountains of cases, right? The Ortis story is definitely unfolding. And it's a big one. It's a big one. And the RCMP are trying to cover up the fact that the FBI actually were like knocking on their door saying, you better deal with this. You better deal with it. Oh no, it's not a problem here. No. You're actually placing a lot of people's lives in danger here. We don't need this trash to begin with. We don't need to live in a world where people are spying on one another and stuff like that. And you can argue back, yes, well, we do, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about you can get to a stage that's better. And if you don't hold everybody to account, to a higher bar, then we're going to live in a world that's like that, where there's wars and all this fucking garbage we get manipulated with all the time. I'm saying, let's do something different, because this is fucked up. Not Great Reset, which I've spoken about numerous times. Now, of course, people are like, Great Reset? Oh, Great Reset. I'm like, yeah. 2 stories over at Rebel, funnily enough. They've been, I guess people in their live chat were telling them, listen, Seamus has been saying the shit for years, man. Years. Over at Rabbi. You off? All right. Oh, buy good guys. Okay. Now, sorry. One of these days I'll finish the article. The legal battle ended up in Nova Scotia Supreme Court because they just don't want to release it. Who doesn't want to release it? You don't want to release your own stuff that you own. Huh? Prosecutors also now say that information offered by one witness in earlier released documents is erroneous. Do you know what erroneous is? Do you see the languaging? What is erroneous? I'll look that up. Erroneous. Wrong, incorrect. Is erroneous also, let's see, a synonym. Do we have synonyms here? Mistaken, inexact, false. Is dishonest, was a lie. That's really couched languaging for lies. Erroneous. But they're not revealing which witness. Like they reveal any witness anyway. Nobody wants to harm any of these people. People will, funnily enough, protect them. I believe in the goodness of humanity. So don't use that argument. It's like they tell the families. We can't tell you anything because it may traumatize you. That is literally, I'm not kidding with you, literally what they've told them. We can't answer your questions because that may traumatize you. When they have driven down there for a meeting with them. Oh, I have an idea who was at that table, by the way, RCMP, along with Darren. You know the ones you didn't want people to know about? Brown envelopes. I feel like I'm dealing with Miriam Monsef and who was that over at the Globe Mail? The brown envelopes. Anyway, story for another day. It all adds up to a delicate situation for the RCMP, which is more than a fallout of handling MASH, about its handling of the mass shooting to deal with. The families of the victims have filed suit against the RCMP, every single one. Okay, am I seeing? Hopefully you guys aren't fighting in there. You know I don't like fighting. There are also growing questions. Debating is cool. Also growing questions around the leadership of the RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki. Don't worry, she knows what's going down. She's fine taking a fall. They're imploding their own organization on purpose. On purpose. And she's willing to take the fall. That's why she's there. Bergerman, you know, this one, who is directly responsible for what happened there that night. Leather? No, they're fine. But Lucky will just move on to another job. That's already in the cards. It's the way it works. Following a number of high-profile, racially charged incidents of police violence, not to mention the issues of transparency. Okay, some of these are 100% legitimate, but we're talking about individual, not systemic. Systemic. No. Because just like you, just like me, how about me? Okay, I have some parts of my personality that aren't so great. We all are moving along, and there's some people that are reprobate, fully fucking sold their soul. We know some of these in this story for sure, right? Reprobate. That's what those people are. If you're religious, they're going straight to hell. There's no pass and go. And though they may think they like it, they're going to really fucking hate it. However, there are people who make mistakes too, or people that, and it gets piped up. You have a lot of it. It's a souped mix. Todd knows all about it. Pipe up both sides. It's Hegelian dialectic by and large. Get the public fucking balkanized, divided, polarized, cut in two on many of these things. Some of them not real. Some of them absolutely not real. And then you got full asswipe individual racists. Fine. You still got one or two of those clowns around. But most people just don't even want to deal with them. They're just like, fuck you, man. And report them. The National Police Foundation, represented by rank and file police officers, has its own issues. Oh, who's this? This is begins with B. Bork. Oh, vomit. This is the. Oh yeah, he was out there defending the RCMP right away. Not true. The stuff he was saying too. Subsequently, among them, whether Wortman was investigated for firearms offenses and if it reported history of domestic violent abuse was addressed in courts or government agencies. Now, those of you who are new, and please feel free to share it with your friends, because that helps. And if you're unsubscribed, by the way, make sure you are, because lots of people are getting unsubscribed from what I'm told. Now, nothing new. Again, where does the domestic abuse story come from? Trace it back. Who said it? Which reporter reported it? Call them out. Any of these components that you have a question about. Was she tied up? Was she handcuffed in the back of a car? Anybody who posts that? Did she get beaten up? Call them out publicly to account for what they say. If you tell the truth, no problem. You don't have to have a good memory. But you'll find people won't answer. They're baggage handlers. Doing a job. Carrying bags for who? Well, funnily enough, they're supposed to be carrying your bags. They ain't. So I do encourage people to research who these people are. Because this part here is bunk. Bunk. I have a second person who stated this now. I don't think I can get them to publicly speak, but we'll see. Whole bunch of bullshit. But you got Brenda Forbes, who never saw what? Anything. A zipola. Zip. And you think it's just bad reporting. They never went and asked the person who did apparently witness it. Isn't that funny? No, not one person. So you know what I call that? A big fat fairy tale. And I call the person who said it a liar. And their lies are getting pushed everywhere. Everywhere. Even though it's been disproven. You're going to see it. Karnak moment. Karnak, you know Karnak? 13 hours, nighttime, not calling these things bad or these people bad people, but the messages in there, not good. Fifth Estate is going to be the same thing. They're going to push it. I'm dollars to donuts. I didn't speak to them on purpose. I'm not going to be a party to that. You want to do honest reporting? I'm down. You want to fuck around and push bullshit? I'm not in. Even if that means, okay, nobody knows who the fuck I am, that's fine. I don't push garbage. I don't lie. I don't want to do that. You know, and if I make a mistake, fine. I'm going to say it. This is clearly proven bullshit. Let's see what it say. Live life since government bought the land. Yeah. From the government, didn't change hands. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry. Are you using shill mods? My comments are getting censored. I'm not censoring you, Myth. Not censoring you. Nobody here is. YouTube, you know that. YouTube censors my own comments on my own channel in live chat. You must have been here and seen that. Live. It's happened numerous times. I'll type something out in the whatever this fucking program is, and then it'll come up with a red warning. Oh, YouTube is withdrawing your comment. I'm like, what? Get the fuck out of here, man. The group met with federal officials in Ottawa this week. Quote, to reiterate, critical funding asks, including 4 body-worn cameras. Listen, how about you learn how to read? You can start there. That's good. You can fire all of the people at the top. That's good. All of them. All of them. And the 1 or 2 that's in there that are good, they can, come back and say, listen, here's where I came, I tried to make a difference. No time. No more time for you. Gone. That this whole system has to go. All of it. The portrait painted so far of Wortman is a cop wannabe prone to violent outbursts and collected high-powered guns and like to hide them on several properties he owned. Came across a bunch of new statements. Again, I'm not defending this man at all. I came across a bunch of statements earlier on in this story of people who said they absolutely had no idea that Mr. Wortman was an angry individual, violent individual. He seemed to be a nice guy by all accounts to this individual, to these plural individuals, independent individuals. So I don't know if he's operating with, I think that's what they're trying to say. Oh, he's got split personality. It sounds like when he's gooned, like a lot of people, drunk, he's an asshole, but when he's sober, maybe not so much. Other court documents suggest that Wortman ran guns and drugs across the New Brunswick, Maine border. I think that probably has some semblance of truth to it. The RCMP also had to issue a statement to provide context. This was horrible. Remember that big, huge, long? Every time they drop a warrant or like the warning I showed you before, exact same thing. Yeah, you know it. There's been a bunch of videos on that. The words, huge list, huge. Quote, in an investigation, not every piece of information the police receive is determined to be a corroborated fact or becomes evidence, the RCMP says in a statement released July 30th. But do you not want to corroborate, like double check your facts? Lots of people in this story hundreds, and I'm not facetious or using hyperbole. I speak the truth. Hundreds and hundreds of people in this story have come forward with things that couldn't be corroborated. So that really doesn't, I filed away, but it doesn't mean that it's fact. I got to hear it from a bunch of people independently, not one Brenda Forbes. Thanks. Other witnesses have interviewed. I wonder if it's Brenda Forbes they're lying about, saying that she's lying. Other witnesses interviewed by police describe Wortman, I believe it's Lisa, but as a psychopath. There we go. That's Brenda. Welcome to the show, Brenda. Who was growing increasingly paranoid about COVID virus. He withdrew $475,000 from bank accounts in the weeks prior to the shooting. In a court document released Monday, a longtime friend of Wortman goes further, describing Wortman as bipolar, adding he could go both ways sexually. Meanwhile, a public inquiry to review, quote, the causes, context, and circumstances given rise to this tragedy has been slow. I move slowly, really slowly. And I feel like I'm hyper sprinting compared to these people. That's because they're not doing anything. How long did it take them to get the inquiry, which was already tried and true, bureaucratic, boondoggle, dishonest mess? How long have they had that around? A long time. The ground rules. Pretty easy. It's kind of like a template. You just use it for different situations, even though it's horrific and you're not really going to get the truth out of it necessarily. How long did it take them? Oh, that's right, because they wanted to do their fucking review. They had to sit there and try and think, how can we get it so we can lie and nobody finds out? And we don't have to have anybody come and testify, and that we don't have to publish any of the results. How do we do that? Does that sound like this? Todd, do you know what I'm talking about? I have to wait a minute for Todd to answer because it doesn't show up with this stupid program. The Liberal government just announced a third appointment. Oh, yum. Feminist. Oh, she's not that she has any bias at all. Supporting a lying story. Why do you want somebody who is coming in to investigate a lying part of the thing? It's dismissive. You can just dismiss it. Anybody want to do a follow-up interview with Brenda? Oh, that's right. She's probably not going to talk to anybody. Good luck finding her. Good luck. She's probably right in there with Jessica, hanging out on the beach in Tunisia. Fucking spooks. The terms of reference have been drafted, but an interim report isn't due till May 22 and the final report not due till November 22. Now, this part here, take note of that. November 22, that is not accurate. Not accurate. That's when the report is due to the government. When the government releases that, oh, that's another story. They will decide that. They've said that publicly. We'll decide when we release something, when and if we release something. Excuse me? So 2023, they will have the report supposedly done. The bullshit report, right? By 3 years, they will have figured out how to lie. And they will have wasted lots and lots of these lots and lots of this so that your kids have to work years and years and years and years and years to cover up their lying for their criminal underscore behavior. Not inept. I don't like to have the discussions about, oh, it's just a whole bunch of fuck ups. They want you to think that. They're criminal. Okay. Keep it kosher. Uh-oh. No, don't want to do that. God, I tell you, man. I was just digging through some stuff tonight. Whoa. The stuff I was coming up with. Yeah, like my body talks, like that's how I know when I'm on to something really good. I get goosebumps. I don't know if you guys do. I know that sounds a bit odd, but my body talks. And ooh, geez. It talks lots in this story and talks lots about many big issues. Todd knows. Todd has, and some of you do too, my old viewers. I noticed that before I sign off here also, I'm going to try and set up some other platforms to get onto. Please subscribe to them, because I don't want to stay here on YouTube. I can't stay on YouTube to talk about some of the stuff that I do. I do have a DLive account. They canned my BitChute account and they booted me off of the Google listing now for my account. Let's just see. It was there a couple of weeks ago. I sent BitChute a message saying, please, could you tell me where my channel is? And then now it's, oh yeah, now it's no longer even here. It at least was listed before. You got a 404. Some of you saw that. Now it's gone, just completely gone. So I guess I'm probably not very well liked, some of the things I'm saying. Now, DLive. Where is that? Oh, I think it has to be on this browser. DLive. Oh, here we go. I had it open. I was watching it all morning. I think I woke up at 12 a.m. All right. Copy. This is my DLive account. One of these days, somebody can help me with the technical stuff. That would be awesome. But there is my DLive account. Please subscribe. I may just start doing that. Just saying that I'm going to be on DLive. I'll just have a YouTube and I'll be like, I'm going to be on DLive. And then that way start to build up my base over there, because this channel will get canned, and they're all the same at the end of the day. Here. Okay. I did show you this, didn't I? Did I show you this last time? Okay, so did I talk to you guys about Obama and the ICANN, the organization that oversees the Internet Directory? Have I ever talked about that? Dancing Chi-Com. Oh, yes. Oh, well, thank you. I feel sorry for you, though. Live life. So you get like two kinds of people. One kind of person who will just brag, and another kind of person who will just either be quiet or even self-deprecating. I just do it in jest. People want to see what they want to see, they'll see it. Judge me for what I am. Now, did I speak to you about the about ICANN before? Somebody can just let me know if you said it, Seamus. then I'll just not talk about it, because I can go into it a little bit. ICANN oversees the internet directory. Okay. Stop calling you out. What? Are you guys fighting again? Somebody fighting? Is somebody fighting? Please don't be fighting. Okay, ICANN oversees the internet. Oh, ICANN 69. That sounds lovely. Wow. Okay. This oversees the internet, domain names and registry. This is another thing that's come up here too in Canada. The data protection. We want to protect your data. Yeah, you can tell them that's part of the like transparent, like the warrants transparent. You know, like up is down and down is up. Privacy, no, 0. They're actually taking it all away. I can't control my fingers. No one's fighting. Okay, good. Win. All right. Now, here we got Chairman of the Board, Martine Botterman. Todd, any comment on that? ICANN was formerly under the Department of Commerce. Okay, once upon a time. Used to be underneath Department of Commerce. They're actually old headquarters. ICANN's new headquarters is the old Facebook building. Funny that. So it used to be the Department of Commerce, but then Obama, one of his jobs, they're just all in there. They're doing the same job, doesn't matter what party. If they have you off believing that there's 2 parties, 3 parties, 4 parties, they're all fucking with you. But one of his big jobs was to get rid of ICANN out of the Department of Commerce because it actually fell underneath the Constitution. So that meant that you had first right amendments to freedom of speech. So they needed to get rid of that so they could have censorship, because then there would be legal challenges. So they got rid of it. Very smart move for the trash. Trash. We'll just leave it there. That runs the world. Now, Department of Commerce. It went from their. They probably got stories in here, you know. I'm good. Yeah. All these shit bags. Formerly overseen, you see here, formerly overseen by the U.S. Commerce Department. Now, who was ICANN's CEO at the time? CEO Obama. We'll just put that, because that'll hopefully narrow it down. I know the name is Chede. Fadi Chede is his name. Chede, I think is it how it's spelled. Fadi Chede. Is that how it's spelled? Fadi Chehede. Oh, see, my pronunciation. Terrible. Fadi Chehede, President CEO, okay? This is back during the ICANN handover. So Fadi Chehede, what did I say? Yeah, okay. Well, now, what did he go and do? Talk to you about the Great Reset and who all is involved with that and what all that means, and the COVID, the other things that we're getting hit with, of course, the nonsense. Now, Fadi Chehede, once he was done at ICANN and transferred to INA, he moved on to be what? Oh, here we go. That's right. Shahade would become a senior advisor to Klaus Schwab, founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum. Great Reset. The individual used to control the internet. They're all tied together. So, people think, oh, I'll just move off of YouTube. I'll go to this other great platform. Fuck off, man. It's all a gigantic game. A really big game. But you still have to play within it a little bit. But at least if you know what it's all about, you know that they will turf people off the internet and you'll never see them again. It doesn't matter where they go. What are they saying now? World Economic Forum. Oh, Klaus Schwab comes out and he says, we're going to have a cyber attack. I noticed that came out today also in the Canadian media. Surprise. Just as it will be in all media across the world. Funny that. It's almost like everybody's doing the same thing. But I thought we had countries, like the ones behind me. Or maybe we don't. So now we're going to have something, according to Klaus Schwab, as in the cyber downing, which is another part of it, that will make the Kovu pale in comparison. But they got everybody moved onto the internet so that then they can down it. Good job. I would stock up on food. That would be a piece of advice I'll leave with people today. You can choose to disregard me. I know lots of people just think it's entertainment. I love the Richie from Boston. That one video he made. He's gone now. All of his accounts. He's got some website. But he said, I'm really trying to talk to certain people here because I know that there are certain people that just aren't listening. It's entertainment. And it's rude. And it's not directed at anybody. But there are people, a lot of people sometimes, that things are just entertainment. They don't really want things to change. They're not willing to make that difference. Ventura one, yeah. You got the food one before that. God, they keep fucking dragging them out. But people aren't going to have a lot of time left. And I know that sounds doomsdaying. But I don't consider myself a poor researcher. This is moving a very bad direction. And I think anybody with half an ass and 3/4 of a brain can see that our world has been tanking for our lifetimes. It just goes, even though they tell you everything's much better. Oh, look, everything's so much more convenient. You can do. No, you can't. It's total fucking lies. You'll go now. But for God. Great video Steve did. Very good. And I believe everybody's on their own journey. But even if you're kind of just sitting on the fence on that one, I would pray. Pray for yourself. Pray for your families. Pray for each other. Pray for the good people in this world. Because we're all going to need it. It's not going to be fun. But, we'll ride that one out and fight the good fight and keep doing it. Just don't be a keyboard warrior. It's not entertainment. It's hard to accept it. It is. It's really tough. Who wants to look at stuff and be like, oh, much more fun to go watch. Well, I don't know. Some people like Bachelorette or some garbage. But on this issue, I totally digress again, as always. On this issue, in respect to Nova Scotia, you're making you, and I'm speaking to you right now, each one of you, personally, because if you were in the room, I would be. You're making a difference, a big difference. And though the road may be bumpy, and it is, you know, some days it's just like, I don't want to deal with that. Be good to yourself, true. You know, like Tara's really been going gangbusters the last little bit. I'm just like, whoa, dude. And she said, well, I just don't even know what to do. Like, I don't know how to stop. And I'm like, okay, I think you need to take a break is what you need to do. Why don't you go and, you know, have some fun with your daughter and cook some good food, curl up with a book, whatever. Just leave it alone for now because it's driving you batty. And I understand that feeling. But she doesn't need it because she's got lots of stuff that she's going through. And funnily enough, she's mentioned in, Aaron is mentioned quite a bit in this warrant. So Aaron is, in my opinion, quite a bit more of a player than just somebody who lived on the street. He and Gabe had history. More than just he came over to the warehouse a couple of times. Anyway, I do hope that you have a fantastic day now that I'm into hour 4. I hope I've shared something with you that's helpful. I do hope that you will share it with other people. Please, you know, yeah, I don't like to ask because it's like self-promotion. Self-promotion is like sandpaper on my skin. I actually would much prefer that because I don't like that kind of stuff. I like to just remain kind of low-key, but which I know sounds redundant, or like it sounds like I'm totally contradicting myself, oxymoron, but I'm not. I really actually just like quiet, but I know I have to do what I can. Otherwise, I can't live with myself. I can't go to bed at night and I'll be like, yeah, you know, I feel good about what I've done. No, I want to be able to die and say, I did what I could. And hopefully help some other people along the way. Anyway, I do hope everybody has a fantastic day. Thank you, oh dear, for joining us. Just a dear heart. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's give her some subs, please. If you're not subbed to her channel, she's got some really great. She's not like me. She does my old school type stuff, really concise, and people love that kind of stuff. Oh dear. You have the ability to link, but I'm gonna. Why would I ask you to do work when I can do it myself, right? Here we go. Okay. She's got all kinds of fantastic videos on here, doing all kinds of hard work elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? And so thank you ever so much. And, you know, I believe you have my number. Call me. Here's the link to the channel. Doodaloo. I was reading an article this morning on the bullshit. Big Stop. Vile. The RCMP literally said that apparently to their sources, not in a warrant, but said that they were at the gas station, one tactical unit, one with 2 members, was at the gas station filling up, and Wortman drove up beside them and decided to fill up, but didn't get out of his car, and then they shot him in the car. Excuse me? Let's say you're the most wanted person around, and you see a policeman standing there with a fuel nozzle in his hand, filling up. Are you going to drive up beside him? Going to drive up beside him? 158 subs. Let's get, oh dear, a bunch of subs. Also, please sub to Steve. I'm going to drop Steve's channel in here also because, because he's a fantastic guy. I need to do the same with Adrian and all of them one of these days. Do you see what happened here? 998. They just keep unsubbing people. Steve needs that 1,000. Please, 2 more of you at least. And when you see that 1,000, just keep hitting the sub button, because then he can live stream with his phone, and that's helpful. So something we can do. Here is the link to his channel. Please go and sub to his channel. You're in the passenger seat. What are you talking about? Oh, in the passenger seat. Well, I don't know. Whole video went out. What is that? Whole video went out. Was Wortman in the passenger seat? Fuck if I know. But I mean, that's complete Looney Tunes. And obviously, they weren't there shooting at with one tactical unit. But, you know, I know you picked up on that real good. So please go and sub. Please go and sub. I don't know what the... I was Steve's 1,000th. Oh. Well, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I'm going to refresh it. Victory. Okay, keep hitting the sub button. Keep hitting that sub button. Keep hitting that sub button on O'Dear's channel too, please. All right? Take good care, everybody. God bless you all, and have a fantastic day.